We'll go ahead and get started. We'll go ahead and call Morris County Fiscal Court special call meeting to order May 31st, 2022. I'll give you an update. A lot's changed since the holiday. So we'll do, I don't know if you got an agenda, but we'll just do the sewer first. Randy had notified me, and you guys may be aware, the sewer line that runs down 641, the Catfish Kitchen, it's a 2-inch line. The manhole is back behind North Marshall Water's. It's closer to 641, but their office. So that kind of gives you an idea of that 2-inch line, how far it runs down to Catfish Kitchen. Obviously, it goes up and down as the terrain lies. They just put in a new pump last year, about $9,700 for the pump, and it's burnt out because obviously it's trying to push up that terrain. There's about six or seven residents tied onto that line. Currently, they are pumping out twice a day, which is overtime and the actual transportation costs, because you got to be permitted. They're not permitted, so they got to pay that out. I asked him to put together what they thought to fix it. Obviously, they gave a worst-case scenario with a very big price tag, and then they gave the best-case scenario, which was putting in a lift station. I talked to Randy this morning. He sent me a message late yesterday to kind of give me an update. So we had this added to the agenda today because we were expecting an emergency and having to do something because we got 7 or 6 residents tied onto that line. They had Rivercrest come out and take a look at it. They are working the issue right now. So for today, it's just to put the court on notice. He is going to get back with me. They think that they can make some changes to what they originally had sent to me. So next court meeting, next week, hopefully we'll have some more information. But at a minimum, there's going to have to be something done on that line to replace it. You're talking rough estimates, $200,000-$300,000. Put a lift station in. He had some rough estimates. The preliminary numbers for a lift station was around $60,000. So that's where they're at. So I just told him I was going to update you guys this morning, and we'll wait to hear back and hopefully have something for next court meeting.
Is there a lift station being built currently at Catfish Kitchen?
There is, but it's that's where the pump's at. And so that 2-inch line pumping all the way back up, I don't know the distance from the manhole behind North Marshall Water building down the Catfish Kitchen, but it's maybe a mile. Maybe.
So it goes through those woods back there, I guess. I mean, there's no.
I think it comes down and runs the right of way.
On the road, and then on 640. The office that we're talking, I mean, you're talking about their main office, North Marshall Water, on
There's a
Vine
road
or
that
whatever?
goes back there, like a gravel road.
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
There's a gravel road that goes back there
Oh,
somewhere just past.
instead of going all the way
Yeah.
up to 60, 68.
Yeah.
That way, it's cuts through somewhere.
I forget what year it was. We had to replace the manhole cover. Fell down into the manhole, and that they were trying to figure out all these other problems, and they found out it was the manhole cover. So that location, as Kevin was saying, off of 641, there's a gravel road that goes back.
Oh, okay.
But that gives you an idea of the distance. And the pump they put in last year was a brand-new pump, because sometimes they'll refurbish them. It's a brand-new pump, and I mean, it's burnt out, just trying to push everything up that. They've known that it's been an issue, but they had other issues they had to fix first, but. So anyways, that just kind of gives you an update. It's ongoing. TVA Invest Prep, we've done this will be our third time if we vote to keep this application in. The deadline was Friday, so we submitted a TVA Invest Prep application. If the court remembers, what they do is they'll send the site selection crew out. They'll come out and take a look at Southwest One. They did this a couple years ago, and they identified that the site needed an alternate entrance. We were denied the first two applications, so this third application is kind of a combination. It's involving the alternate entrance and the signage. The total grant application can be as high as $750,000. It's a 70-30, so it's a 30% match. Dennis and Greg had been working on this. They realized that they could actually use the PDI, the current project that we have right now with the Pad Ready site, as a match. So they are submitting that as a match. The worst case scenario is if we get awarded the grant and the PDI project that we're doing right now is not considered match, it'd be about $165,000. But that gives us, that's our 30%. So we submitted that to TVA, and I'll just read this. This was what we submitted. As part of the Invest Prep matching grant process, a local funding match is required. This letter serves as the Marshall County Fiscal Court's commitment to meet the matching fund requirements for the Marshall County Industrial Development Authority project presented in above referenced project application. It is the Marshall County Fiscal Court's understanding that Marshall County is identified as a special opportunity county, a SOC, as indicated on the 2022 SOC map included in the Invest Prep application package, and thus may qualify for up to 70% match of the project's total cost. We also understand the proposed project may meet certain Invest Prep priorities, qualify for Invest Prep special considerations, and may qualify for a grant up to $750,000. The Marshall County Fiscal Court is prepared to provide local match up to 30%, $165,000 of the $750,000. Should the Marshall County Industrial Development Authority's proposed project be successful and be awarded the full grant amount. So that was associated with the application that was sent in, but I brought it to the court for approval if we want to continue with the Invest Prep. Obviously, the goal is we got the current PDI project going, we got the alternate entrance, the signage, and the alternate entrance is in this grant. Looking long-term, it'll actually be on the 120,000 square foot pad-ready site. We'd be looking at a spec building. That'd be the next project looking long-term. But is this something the court wants to continue moving forward with on this grant?
Move we approve.
Second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So as far as the special call meeting, we can motion to adjourn.
So
we're
moved.
going to- all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Then we'll go into our budget workshop. If y'all didn't hear me, she's going to print off what we discussed in the budget workshop where we made the changes to the receipts. And then, yeah, and then we know we got confirmation that the health insurance increase was going to be 10%. So she's going to add that before we get into the expense side.
All right. So I'm thinking last year we had, of course, they had their wants and needs, you know, and then I was thinking you put one of those two in, or maybe you had both of them, one with the wants and needs and one just with the needs. But this one, is this one any needs or any wants or anything, or is this just changing
If my
salary?
memory serves me correctly, because we've been looking at this for several weeks.
Yeah.
This is last year's budget with this year's retirement rate,
Okay.
what people are currently making right this minute. Plus, the last budget meeting we talked about those 4 people who at the time were under, and you all having put them at the lowest point of their pay scale for their job. So that has changed. There's a 5% for the health insurance raising in here. Even though it's 10%, we only do it for half a year, so that's only 5%. The elections budget has changed in here to what Tim told us he has to have to run the election. There's some other things that you guys have committed to throughout the year that are in here that weren't necessarily in this year's current budget. And there are some things taken out that were applicable last year but are not this year.
Okay.
And I believe that's about the gist of the changes that are in there.
All right.
And
ARPA is in here. And
ARPA
this
is down
your-
here ARPA is at the very bottom, and it's in here as if we haven't spent anything. Of course, I'll update that at the last minute before we send it, but it'll be a wash with itself.
just a
Yeah, the
wash.
receipt in will be whatever's left of the ARPA money, and the receipt out will be all to ARPA projects.
Yeah.
There will be other funds added on the bottom that are also kind of washes. So I'll have to put in whatever's left of the tornado debris removal account. I'll have to put that in there. And then, there was a new House bill. I believe it was House bill. And I don't remember if we've talked about this. I know I've talked about it individually, I believe, but that has the clerk withhold a certain amount of money for long-term storage fees. And he'll start remitting those beginning in July monthly. He'll basically be remitting his excess fees monthly. And a portion of them we have to hold back in a separate fund in a separate account for him to use for long-term storage. So it will need a whole nother fund and a whole nother bank account. So I'll have to put that on there with what our expected receipts are in. I've talked to Tim. He expects that statutory amount that he keeps back to be about $85,000. So it'll be $85,000 in from him and $85,000 out to him
Okay.
for long-term storage.
Interesting.
So you'll see that at some point added to the bottom of the list there. Since those wash themselves, and they are not included in the operating budget of everything else, I just haven't updated it on this yet. But I will before you do our first reading.
So it's not I was thinking that bill, maybe it's a different bill than what we're talking about. I was thinking that particular bill, what was it? I can't remember. But anyway, was like a grant program, but maybe it's
It must be
different.
something different.
Okay.
This one is he gets these fees from people filing things.
Oh, okay.
And then those certain fees have to be retained by us for him to do long-term storage or like digitization of his
Yeah.
records, or I feel like there was a third thing, but it all has to do with that record keeping piece of his job.
So I wonder if it's not a part of that. The bill that was the modernization, county court clerk modernization bill. I wonder if it's a different bill than that. Because that one was to go to counties that haven't done like what we have been doing for years, which is digitizing all those. But I think it was on a grant type situation. So it wasn't going to every county. It was going to the counties that needed it the most. Yeah, that were behind so this is something different than that.
Yeah, this is
right. This
the way
is
I
just
read it.
in
He will
and out.
continue to do this.
All right. That's not that
Indefinitely.
bill then. All right. I don't think that bill's gonna have anything to, I mean, we may get some of it, but it'll be a wash regardless. Okay. No, I'm gonna be the one to talk here. So we just go down to each department, or I mean, like starting with yours, I guess. Any those? That's something you've already done, right? Or is this just your last year's, or is this what you are requesting?
You'll see the changes off to the right, the differences. There are some that are common all the way through this, for the most part, gone through it. So, I mean, my office is what it is. It's changes.
So let me ask you on this is just for all of our offices now. Um, do we change the training to reflect the incoming?
Yours would not.
You know what I'm?
change.
Mine would not change. Yeah, I get it, but
All the
you know what I'm
others-
saying?
all the
Because we
others
don't
would
know.
change.
You know, I don't know. You don't know if.
Training goes back down to 1 year, yeah, because it's training in that position.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking
Because
about.
we've all been paid for this year, right? It wouldn't be on this budget.
I don't know. It's they try to put out the letters for you to get paid within like 2 weeks of training. So I don't. Is anybody going to finish their
That's
training?
number
before they leave?
I've already. Y'all.
Been
I
paid-
think we've
been
all.
paid this year.
Do you remember? I know. Yeah.
I can pull up who's so far.
I mean, it's not going to make it.
I don't know if DLG on the current year or if they're on.
I know I've gotten mine for this year already.
Now the training would be different than the actual scale. So like all the other, like Erica was saying, all the other positions have changed because everything's starting at the lowest scale. That will reflect once it's changed. Current budget, and if I can correct me if I'm wrong, the 8,800 change is for half of the year. So, yeah,
Right. So I set all the training at what they were this current year. So there was some of them we set as if we were going to have to pay them. So I can look into that and fix that we might not pay them.
I mean, I don't think it's going to make it. It's not going to make a huge
No
difference necessarily,
maybe
but
10 to 15 grand.
yeah,
But yes, I will
it's like the
See who-
coroners is going to be. Well, I don't even know if
where
they
they're
get paid.
at as far as who's been paid out for what years, and I'll check with you all after I see that to see who.
And I don't think. Um, I don't even remember. Did Jason? He didn't mention any changes on his, did he? So if we assume no changes,
On Jason,
mm-hmm.
um,
Did he?
I'm trying to think. He talked to me a little bit. Kind of switched some stuff up, but as far as drastically changing what he has there. It's not. My intention, what I would like to do is the way this is set up right now is the portion of child support individuals that I have it where they're not in his budget because it just all runs through the payroll account, but that makes it more difficult. So I probably would like to change that and put them in his budget and then just have a receipt that offsets that will come from him. And that way it makes it easier on the way that we do payroll. But as far as an actual material change, I don't think
So the net would not change.
the what?
The net.
Yeah. Not really. Yeah, I feel like there was somebody that was replaced maybe, and so the pay changed, and so that changed. I would think, but I can look into it.
So that 152.8 is not including the child support that you're talking about. This just is our portion of his assistance.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sorry. Retirement for non-hazardous went down ever so slightly instead of going up. Trying to remember what fraction of percent. It wasn't enough to make a difference in very many places, but if it was a place where the rounding was ever so slightly, like the rounding portion of it caused it to go up, then you'll see a difference. It only went down like 0.16%. This is probably one of those places where it was rounding high anyway, the way the formulas are set up, and so it just happened to. So yeah, non-hazardous went from 26.95 to 26.79.
Go back to mine. You'll see I had legal and grants for a total of 20. When we start going through and identifying, just like what we had discussed earlier, with sewer emergencies popping up, keep in mind there's 20 grand that can go towards this fiscal year. Now, grants, I think, is still at 10. Legal, I don't know. But going in the next fiscal year, we want to use reduce that to the zero. That's perfectly fine. As we go through and we start looking for some of the places where we can
Okay.
cut,
Well, maybe we can circle those potential.
just put an asterisk on it.
Yeah.
Although that will affect your carryover.
Yeah, it'd be in the case.
It's showing still in, so
It's still as if you were going to spend it all.
yeah.
Okay. So, and then so is the clerk fees. That's
The clerk's pretty much.
Yeah. All right. So
Yeah.
coroner.
You know, we put, I think it was, I forget which budget year. It's not the current budget year, it's the year before, I believe. Coroner asked for an increase in equipment. We put 8,000, I believe, in for equipment. And he kept 8,000 going into this fiscal year. But he never got the equipment because he identified that the cost was more than what he had recorded. So long story short, that number I think is just a carryover. I don't know if he thought too much into it. I don't know if that's a real number or not, but again, it's not going to you'll see it's incremental as we go through this. That we'll have a large number at the end, but I do think it's important to go through and find those incremental numbers that add up in the end.
So, how did we? What's the $600 that was added to like the salary or something like that? You know, I know it was only this year, this past year.
Okay, so on all of the elected officials, I went through, and since you all had a 7%
Cola.
COLA, I went through on all of them, and I believe I put it at 7% as if that was going to happen again, so that we were more prepared, because that was 35 grand that we just had to find. this
Okay,
year.
but now we didn't get the COLA.
Right. So let me see what's on this one.
This one shows 22.5, but the last one showed 23.1. I don't know. I didn't think we. I mean, I don't think for those outside of the statutory that have to take it, I didn't think anybody got a COLA. And then really, I mean, I know he asked for the, well, I guess we could have answered that the other day, honestly, but the salary increase up to something. I mean, actually, that's been set already in May. We didn't do anything. It set
one.
itself.
Right.
Increase on it.
It set itself by default, right?
I thought. Whatever it is, it should be the same.
Okay, so his went down by $600. Let me see what it was last year and why I would have changed that. I went through and changed them to everybody what they were at right now.
What I have showing budgeted 23.1 going up to 22.5.
Down.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
23 to
sorry.
22.
I was reading it.
It's, you know what, it's his cell phone, and I believe it's because
Oh,
it had not been being paid out of his salary line the way it was budgeted last year. It was coming out of regular county. Right. That's $50 a month. So it's $50. Okay.
so that equipment, Wes. Without getting into the details, I don't know if that's a need or not. Do y'all? Is that a want or a need? I don't know enough about that. If you look at that document,
I know when he came and asked for, because we were talking about workers' comp for back injuries, obviously lifting dead weight,
right.
hydraulic lifts. So we told him to get us a
Yeah,
quote. He got us a quote, and Turned out that it was the wrong quote. Uh, and I don't think he ever got the equipment that he
Yeah.
originally said he needed. He may have gotten something cheaper, but it wasn't what he wanted. Nor did he come back and say there was a price difference to get the proper equipment. So that figure, it appears it's just carried over, and I don't think there's anything
I guess what I'm,
in detail as far as what equipment is.
yeah, well, what I'm talking about is from do you have the document that he gave us the other day?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's those two items. The request is still an $8,000, but it's,
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
The first 4,000.
you can see, but
yeah,
the second, no.
second one.
Okay. So do we set it at 4?
If this helps you be a little bit more decisive as you're going through, if you look at the very last page of what I just printed you out, the appropriations,
Okay.
you'll see right now on what you guys set the receipts at and what is in here just right now. It it tells you what the difference is. Well, you can do
That's
some
okay.
math and know the difference.
That's based on the receipts from the other day after we changed. Okay.
Right.
Where?
Now, I will say the receipts the other day before we get further, after we sat and talked, I did update what I thought the carryover of occupational tax would be because we got another deposit in. So it is as of how much occupational tax we have today.
What is it?
We have 6.4 million right now.
That's this. Right. This is updated.
Right. It's
This one
updated to
you
everything
printed out
we discussed last
this morning.
time and agreed on. And the only thing I changed without us talking about it was the carryover for occupational tax only. So we had another occupational tax deposit.
6.4.
6.4 is where we're at now.
Does that number include the increase for health insurance? This number,
Yes, it has the 5%.
Yep.
Oh.
So 10% for half a year, 5% of health insurance. Yeah.
okay.
So where's the figure you're trying to point me to?
At the very end, it's right here. For this total receipts, total appropriations, and I mean
Okay.
if you don't, it's right here on my screen.
581.
696 is the difference.
We
Oh.
had, when we went through, it was a lot larger than
Okay.
that. That's why, starting with this one, it's going to reflect 696, 693, but
That's without anything. There's no COLA in that number right now. There's no any of the wants.
that sanitation emergency
Right.
now. No needs and wants.
As we go through these expenses, you'll see, what else, how things are kind of allotted right now. So if you guys were to stick
Okay.
with how it is in there right now,
I
this
got you.
I assume would only grow if you did a COLA, if you did
Okay.
some of the needs, etc.
So we can do
Does that
another.
help you be more decisive about?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, right now, what I'm just trying to figure out is, like what we mentioned, those two items on the judges, and then I think the equipment is obviously an item we circle for the
For
the
come back and
coroners,
discuss.
right? Come back to, a place to get money from.
Right now, I have judges, legal, grant writing, and corner equipment replacement. Back on the
Well-
list if we need.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's the
I'll
three.
keep a running list.
Yep. I mean, I know it's not a huge amount, but again, I know you're going to do tweak some stuff on fringe. I mean, on training.
Yes,
You
I'll,
are-
I'll go back through and check on the training. And anybody who any places where it doesn't look like we'll have a double payout next year, I'll put it back down to a single.
and the payout that it would be
corresponding
depending
to
on.
how many years of service.
Right. I
Mhm.
got you. Okay.
Or years of training.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know we can't. I'm amazed that our fuel line looks like it does. I mean, for a positive, that's, that blows my mind, really. I mean, you and I have talked about that a month or so ago, and I'm blown away. I don't know that we do anything with it because of the concern of prices, but I'm certainly very pleased to see that through the end of April, we're at 168 versus 270 budgeted. That's,
So you're looking at where we were this time last year. That's what that column is. But I can tell you where we're
Oh.
at right now. Fuel. We're at 181.
Still good. Back page, which is still good.
yeah. What'd you say?
181. I'll pull them up as we're talking about them if you want me to.
Okay.
Right here, 181 is what we spent.
So these actuals are 21? Or do you,
Yeah, the actual as of now column in here I haven't updated. Is that something you'd like me to try to get done for you? I mean, we
But
have that in a printout. It's in the portal.
but when you
that I just
say-
gave you, but
when you say updated, so that really is though 430.21, not 430.22.
that's correct.
Oh, okay,
I haven't put in a column for this year yet.
okay. All right, I was looking at that as 22. But
I mean, you have those if you wanted to pull your.
maybe
your
it's
report, but
because
I can put
on
'em in
the
this
on the
too.
receipts you do have 22. The receipt side is updated to 2022.
Yeah.
The expense side is
Right. There's not
21.
There's not a column there.
All right. okay. Regardless, 181 is still.
But as we're talking about it today, if you're wanting to see it in real time, all we have to do is pull it up on VIP doc. I just did it. It's right there.
Okay. Well, I guess just, I mean, so are there any, again, because we're looking at 2021 here, are there any within like the fiscal court that would be much different than this, or that would give you,
To go down, not that I can think of.
I mean, or up? Was there any that need to be changed that you saw based on current numbers?
No, if there was something that I knew was going to change, like I got a new unemployment rate from Keiko, or our overall insurance rate to insure all of our assets, you know, I went ahead in those sections and changed that to what the letters they had sent me.
And that, as far as now, I do think I think though, the travel expenses, those
Oh no, yeah, we
Remember?
moved some money out of my office into one of the travel lines.
Well, no, I think we changed them all last time. They were 3,000. It was 3,000 and 3,000 and nothing. So those were
Yeah, that's
before
what
we
it was.
changed them,
That
right?
was what it was pre-COVID, I think. 3,000. Yeah. So you can see it on the far left, 1920 budgeted. They all used to be 3,000.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't know.
but you know what I'm saying?
Yes, and
Like
so
that.
and you also just made me realize District One has nothing in it, so I need to put something back into that spot.
But I'm saying those were 3,000. No, not even pre-COVID. I'm saying I'm 99.9% sure we changed those for the budget, not after.
Oh, this is the final budget that got moved in here. Here they are in VIP. There they all are initial budget, $1,000. We put $100 back into the third district.
All right.
It's 2,000. While we're sitting here, do we want to change them back to 3, or do we want to leave them at 2 for right now?
I mean, if it was 2,000, it was 2,000. I thought it was 3. And then that enterprise, that's that number is the number current, I guess.
I think if you go down, right now we're sitting at 124,000, and with some of the vehicles that we're replacing, we're rolling that equity into our as credits. So what we're one more payment. I mean, I think we could probably get squeezed down to like 150. You not like that?
I mean, I don't ever handle that, so that's why I mean, that's your knowledge.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable with like 150.
150?
Yeah.
All right.
And I think that's only going to get better as the year goes on and replace some other vehicles. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
working
It's,
out.
I was gonna
well.
say, it's good to see that what
Yeah.
we initially
We got up to
Envision.
that, but
Yeah.
the whole purpose of it was to be able to come back. So
And I think,
All right.
gosh, if we look back at, and this would be prior probably to us, if you look back at maintenance costs on our fleet,
on our fleet.
Yeah.
it's dropped a lot. So
yeah,
program's working well.
yeah. I talked to them at a conference not too long ago and asked for, hey, can you send? And oh my goodness, the document that they sent me was there was no way I could read an 800-page document of how.
Oh,
I mean,
The
it-
comparison.
it's very thorough to show maintenance costs versus. But I asked for it, so
Yeah,
They
the
sent
one
it to me.
thing, and you're kind of alluding to it, is that they're the largest company in the United States that deals with the fleet, and so they can break it down to the tenth and even
Mhm.
less. And for us to try to sit and do it,
yeah,
it's obviously beneficial.
and anytime you all want to meet with or talk to Joe, he's our enterprise rep, and look at those reports. We have about a quarterly meeting, or just to see where we're at, and he can go through those numbers and tell you why it makes sense.
yeah, yeah. I asked for it, but I didn't realize what I was
Yeah.
asking for
Sure.
until I received it.
How do you get to that
I
number?
was thinking he was just going to put something in a succinct little
Yeah.
document to say, here's what it is. And it was not.
What page are you on when you're reading that document?
Huh?
What page are you on that reading?
Already?
Yeah.
Well, I was, while I was in Florida, got to about page 250. Very
Well, yeah. Right.
fascinating. All right. What the capital projects? Is that
That's the broadband the grant, WKT, and I think that includes the 11,000 or 15,000
That we,
for the engineering. I think it's the total.
Yes, 'cause we have not paid that yet, and I assume that I'm assuming we're still for June.
so
Yeah.
this,
Yeah, and that's we're still waiting. Actually, I've got an update on WKT. I sent out an update. We're still waiting on
so this would be our
our
portion.
portion. I'll be surprised. Still have months to go, but I'll be surprised if we get any word before this fiscal year starts.
Back to Monty, you asked me if there was something that I saw. I know that I had to move money into tax bill preparation. That has continued to go up. It ended up being 10,880 or something. So if we make that 11,000 instead of 10,750, that probably would be a safer bet. 200. I mean, it's not a huge change,
Oh.
but I know that the bill has gone
We'll go to 11,000.
up.
TVA statutory stayed the same, didn't it? Others. Treasurer's office, did you throw some stuff in there we need to know about? Or?
No, of course, it looks different because the budget time for last year we were 2.5, and now we're 3. So that changed, and then oh, you need to zero out my training fringe. That was one of the things that I had put towards when I came to ask to make her full time, and I didn't. I forgot to zero it out when I moved everything over. But I had said that I would give up my training fringe if we could give Brittany the other 15 hours, 8 weeks. So zero that one out. But other than that, I don't think I changed anything in there. The bonds could probably change a little bit. We had budgeted to have a weird
We
thing in the middle of
increased.
a weird thing in the middle of the year. But then I did change to where I was no longer bonded at. I believe that my bond was $500,000 and is now $3 million, and so that's definitely a cost change. But it should not be $7,900. I think the cost is more like $5,500. So we could go down there.
So take it down. Go ahead and take it down to 55.
Yep,
Okay.
and I can change it here.
Travel, same.
On travel, it'd probably be fine to go down a little bit. I mean, there are really good conferences for occupational tax, and then training for new house bills and requirements. But I don't know that we need 7,200. I'd say it could probably go down to 4,000 or 5,000, and it'd be fine. Because there's 2 of us that go.
Go 5,000.
Yeah, it'd be fine.
Those guardian fees, we don't know. I mean, you just keep those, the next thing, the same. We always just keep that the same.
Yeah, we've
Looks
always
like.
just kept that the same. I guess if we ever had to find more for guardian expenses, we would just deal
Yeah.
with it at that time. The election budget is set at what Tim told me.
Okay. Sorry. All right. ED.
Why don't we recess real quick?
Okay.
So I did take the few minutes, and the $600 difference in the coroner's salary is the cell phone, and so I did add that back in to
Okay.
that line.
Okay.
The cell phone stipend. We were on economic development, by the way. That's where we left off before we took a break.
All right, so we've never, we've never discussed this since Josh leaving, so do we,
So right now it's in there. You'll see that in the slot where his pay used to come from, it's the 24,000, which is $2,000 a month that we currently contract for. Which probably is better served if it's left that way for me to put it into a different line that says contracted services and not out of a salary line.
so we still, so if we went with this, did you back down those, that, the fringe stuff, is that just for the secretary?
Yes, that's the 10 hours of the secretary. There is the gross pay, 7,300. 10 hours of the FICA, the retirement and health insurance is in entirety, and so does the HRA.
And then the pad ready site is the TBA best prep portion or no? Or
That
that's,
is
that's
the-
pad ready, that's not the,
The pad ready is the entire cost of that, and then the receipts side that goes with that, as far as the as
Offset.
part of the offset, is the line that says KEDFA, PDI, EDF grant, economic development site, 285, 241. So that's the half for the grant. And then in the carryover in the general fund, is the 52,000 that we got from PACRO is in there.
okay. And isn't some of this, in kind?
So the difference between the current year budget and next year, the reason it's up is because when we did the budget last year for the current year, we were going to have in kind, and then if I recall, there was some kind of change where we
Yeah.
could not use in kind, and so we had to transfer money in from. We used some of the excess carryover of the road fund, who was going to do the in kind work in the first place, and we moved that into this line.
Yeah, and initially, we were told that the in-kind could be used in the KEDFA grant, and in-kind
can't.
can't be used.
Okay.
But I know we're looking at numbers, but I think there's a bigger discussion here
Yeah,
as far as the Economic Development Office. You know, I don't know if we want to dive into that right now, but it always has a dollar amount attached to it. And there's pros and cons with a local economic development office. I know the material that Josh sent out to everybody and his position and his opinion. You know, I totally disagree right now. Southwest One, and let me back up. Calvert City is its own. The chemical complex is a totally different environment as far as recruitment. Greg and I sat down with a company a couple weeks ago. They're not here, or they're not looking here because of somebody reaching out to them. They're looking here because of the assets that are here in Marsh County, the river access, existing facilities. And that is an asset that we have had for many years in this community. Obviously, that information is out there. Everybody in that industry, I sit on the 10-tom, and when it comes to import and export, those businesses that are there at the conference, they know where the assets are. And you guys can just imagine the amount of ports that are along the 10-tom. They do their due diligence to look at assets where they want to be. So Calvert City is a blessing for our community, but it actually is a different animal in itself when we talk about economic development. Southwest One, we just saw an announcement where Briggs and Stratton's building, apparently there's a company coming in to take it over. And that's existing infrastructure. Southwest One's intent was to do exactly that. That's why we're doing this pad-ready site. The next step would be to get a spec building. All of this and working with the state economic development office, they know the assets in the state, and they promote us just like we would promote ourselves. But when we get down to the local level, and this is just my opinion, we have to be careful, and you can sit and watch some of our neighboring counties that have a private-public economic development initiative. You're never going to get the politics out. There's always going to be politics, regardless if it's a fiscal court like us with elected officials, or when you have private sector joining government sector. To some degree, the politics is even greater. And I think, the court, obviously moving forward, should do its due diligence to look at, things of subsidizing. I know, just speaking with other elected officials that have a private-public partnership, their purse basically is affected. And some of those elected officials from the government side took more control because the private and the government side, they're different. Their funding is different. You look at Paducah, 4 of the top of the PED, 4 of the top funding agencies are government. And so, my position and my opinion is what we're doing here as far as economic development with Southwest One, we don't have infrastructure as far as like a building. The one company that was out of Pennsylvania, and that's still on the table, when they came here, they totally loved this area for many reasons. But the main thing they needed was a facility, and that's what we're working towards. To go and we'll get through this budget, and you'll see the numbers at the end. To jump in to a partnership, private and public partnership, without really doing the due diligence right now, me personally, I just don't see it. That's just my position. I think because once you jump off onto that side, you're married to it.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think there probably does need to be, or not probably, but more due diligence. I don't disagree with you there. I think with this particular amount, though, that we're not going to keep anyone doing it for that. You and I may disagree on that, but based on my conversations,
Well,
I'm not feeling it.
I'm going to disagree because
Okay.
the prior economic director was a local resident, and we had him for 15 years.
I agree. I don't disagree with you there, but not at $24,000 we did.
I would like to,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that line put back to at least what it was last year. And corresponding lines as such as retirement and all that.
okay, I'd ask, where's the money coming from?
Well, we can figure that out when we get to the end, I guess.
I think my point was just proven. We're short almost $700,000.
We've
Right now.
we're already how much over in carryover on our occupational tax, and we're not even at the end of the fiscal year. 900,000?
We're at 6.4. A quarterly should be done coming in though, and it is updated in here with carryover, just so we're on the same page. So the receipt side is updated for that part of carryover. But yes, we'll still get some more in the next month. I think it'll be net profits though. I don't think it'll be a big chunks of
Okay.
quarterly.
I guess I
Yeah.
don't think we're necessarily disagreeing with each other
Right.
as much as what I'm saying is the money, I don't think we're keeping. We're going to get who we currently have to remain in that position for $2,000 a month.
Well, keep in mind the projects, just like what we talked about, TVA and Best Prep, that's a 30% match. On the high end, it can be 165,000. Hopefully, the PDI will be able to submit that, and TVA will accept that as a match. But if not, then that's a 165,000 that we have to put towards economic development project that's going to gain us on a $750,000 grant. That's going to gain us, over $500,000. So when we take and add back into this, those monies have to come from somewhere. And we don't have, as Eric has stated, we do not have any needs or wants from the other departments. So to make that decision right now, and has anybody even looked at KOEDs? Because I know that's one of the things that was mentioned was to merge those two, but their financials. I mean, if you were to do a business model to jump off into that, just like our neighboring county of McCracken and the city of Paducah through the PED, the Paducah Economic Development, which is a private government sector. And I know that's some here want to do that. But when you look at the financials, I mean, any business model, if you looked at it, it'd be solvent in a couple of years. Eventually, I think that's a discussion that can be had. But right now, with the projects that we have on the table and the current contract that we have, I haven't heard if that individual is going to stay in that contract. I mean, right now, he's doing a great job.
I don't disagree with you.
I don't envision any reason why we wouldn't keep him until we get done with these projects. We should know late fall with both DRA and the TVA and Best Prep if we're going to get any of those awarded. And if we do, we'll be set up with an alternate entrance and a pad-ready site, and literally the next discussion would be an actual facility. And 120,000 square foot, you're talking, gosh, over $5 million. But there are partnerships out there to start putting that in place. I just think that the idea, this idea is what some people are hanging their hats on, and just without really looking through this. And, you know, when you get into a private-public partnership, the private sector may not be thinking, but they're subject. Anytime there are tax dollars that go out of our purse into, say, a joint public-private operation, I mean, those dollars are subject to review by the taxpayers. And some private sectors, you know, as far as where their private contributions are coming from, they may not want to, I don't know if they've even thought about that, but our public dollars from start to finish are under public review. It's just little bitty things like that that I don't know if we have really thought about that. Now, for the budget today, I would suggest that we go through this in its entirety and we see where we land, because we haven't even got to the needs.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. Let's just keep it like it is for now, going through this particular process until we finish today and she can update this and we see where we are before the wants and needs.
Yeah.
But I guess my point to that, I don't disagree with you that there needs to be more discussion on this. But I guess my point is only that I don't believe that we can continue to have whether it's the current person that we have in place, or if that dissolves and we're looking at another one, we're not going to get anybody we're probably not going to find it. We're lucky to have him at $2,000 a month.
Absolutely.
I mean, crazy lucky. And it's well, but it's we can both
Yeah.
dissolve it.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's a contract, but it's not binding. Yeah, so
And the other thing to think about as we go through this is that you'll see when we get down to the end of this budget, you know, there's always an opportunity for the court to discuss amending a budget. But I mean, right now, it's working good. And I'm just I personally, and this is just me as a rural county of Marshall County, giving up control of economic development as the elected officials of this court. We're just not there. We're not like some of these other communities that are growing or are bigger to where they have a private-public relationship. And I will tell you, there's politics there. There's pros and cons no matter what. I would rather us deal with it as a fiscal court. And I know I'm getting a little bit further into it, but I don't see where this to me is not the biggest issue. And I think once we go through this, you guys will see that.
okay.
But we can definitely come back to this if you guys
Okay.
want to.
All right. Anything on the
Courthouse administrative.
yeah?
One thing that obviously sticks out is the repairs and maintenance. We've got definitely a roof that needs to be repaired.
Just so you all know, we've spent, as part of the 2 roof repairs, we've spent $45,600 in that line this year.
The repairs and maintenance courthouse? Or,
Yep. Yeah. 5710. The one that was budgeted at 5 last year. Yes. So that's not to mention finishing the repair of the roof, and then mitigating what the leaks caused within the building. I think we probably have some issues to address and continue to address in the courthouse. Our HVAC systems are aging, our ductwork. I would suggest a thorough cleaning of our ductwork, like we did at the Judicial Building. Some things to think about that aren't cheap.
So, I mean, we know it can't be 5,000 if
No.
10,000 is contractual.
Correct.
So what, do y'all have a figure? Do you have a figure that you would?
Kind of that same discussion we just had, right? I mean,
I know. I mean, the high end,
those
100,000.
two sides cost us what, just under 30 grand?
just under
Like
30,
28
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
So you figure the other 2 is gonna be, well, and that was before the inflation, so you figure probably gonna be over that. And that's not fixing the middle, anywhere in the middle, if that happens. Right now, they're saying that is intact, but it's that band around is where we're getting a lot of the leaks.
So if you just
Right.
assume those 2, an unknown and a 10,000, I mean, you're looking at 50.
Easy.
Yeah.
Or do you add 50 to the 5 that's there and stick it at 55 and?
That's
Let
legitimate.
me ask this.
Pray.
Do we want to, do we want to make a note as far as on our documents that we have, say, 50, if we increase it to 50? And as we go through, we total that up. Is it easy for you to keep up with that? Or is it easier for us to just write down our notes, have a total at the end, and then we can discuss where we're going to pull that from?
Well, she has changed. You've changed some
As
of
we've been
these.
talking and there's things that you agree on, have gone ahead and changed it.
On this one, though,
Almost
you
all of
don't
them have
want
been
to.
down. I think there's maybe been 1 or 2 that's gone up, but all the others that I immediately changed were for
Just small.
decreases, and they
Okay.
were all small.
Well, if we're good to keep doing that, then I'm good with that.
If there's a consensus, then I can change it, and if not, then we can put it on this list, the running list that I have to come.
I think it's easy to decrease it. It's those increases
It's
that
decreases,
you want
yeah.
to just put a note next to.
But I think it's clear that 50,000, because there's obviously, I mean, we can wait till the siding falls off or falls in, or we can fix it.
If it helps on the other contracted services, my note on that 2,400, not that it's so much money, was that it was AAA septic pumping, $200 each time, and we haven't had to pay for that. That money hasn't been used this year. That 2,400 is still there. So I'm gonna assume we're not gonna need it next year. I can zero it out.
Which line?
It's the $2,400 one that says other contract services. It's like,
Oh, for the
like
court.
3 up or something.
Okay. I'm trying to think what.
That was when we were gonna have to pump the septic at the new building, but now we got connection.
Oh,
to
yeah.
sewer.
Okay.
It was
gotcha.
just something the health department required.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So zero that out.
Yep.
All right. I got you.
Yeah. So is it in the repairs and maintenance courthouse, 5710, move that from 5 to 50?
I think that's fair, and then we at least know what we're
Yeah.
up against. it's added in and we can see what we got. I mean, are utilities pretty, I mean, that's no reason to,
I can tell you where we're at with utilities right now. Let me pull it up here.
that's courthouse utilities only, right? Because you have the other utilities in another line item.
It's at 41,401.
Okay, so,
And Corey, you entered this, right? We should be a little bit under.
okay.
Talking about courthouse utilities.
All right. What about on the other? I know we're at 220,700. What's the utilities current?
Oh, that's the one I just read you. It is.
No, the one you just read was 40-something thousand.
You asked for current courthouse utilities.
No.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry. I went on down the other.
skipping ahead.
Well, I thought we were done with that. I thought we were done with that line item. That 50,000 was the high.
Okay, so you're asking me about 5085, 5780.
Yeah.
It's currently at 209. Well, 2099, so 210.
Okay.
That one's going to be close, Corey says. Oh, the jail.
So the,
I got the invoice on my desk. I have to make a phone call and ask.
Whose side is that on? Is that?
That's what I need to find out. Because from what I understood, it was partially on ours and the other side was on the city's. So I don't know. I have to call and see what all, it was $6,200, the whole invoice was.
so any suggested changes on the other county building maintenance supplies?
This is one of the ones that we've come back to over and over and over, having to find money and put it in. Right now, we have spent
On the maintenance, is that what you're, or which line
other
item?
county buildings, maintenance and supplies, the 50, 85, 40, 60.
Mm-hmm.
We've spent 37,000 right now, and there is a $2,000 encumbrance. So you're close to 40 right now. While we're in this section two, I'll point out that on the salaries, I only have the positions that were filled in April, so don't forget that when I went through and did this. That's why it's decreased by 36,000 on the gross salaries.
So what should it be something different than that?
That y'all tell me. Like I said, when I made the updated salary schedule, if there was an open vacant position at the time, I did not put it in as an open.
Yeah.
I put it in as if we were not going to replace it. So as we get there, if there's ones you all want added back, then we need to make sure we talk about that.
Well, I don't know. There's an open position, I assume, or you wouldn't be saying that.
Yeah.
There's
Oh.
two, I mean, we've got one and then another one, just retired today.
Oh,
It's his last day.
is that what all building, what all maintenance are we talking about? How many people are we talking about?
Right, currently 3. In last fiscal year, we budgeted for 5. And that included the supervisor.
The budget you're looking at right now has 4 people in there, including the supervisor.
Oh. Sorry. Okay. We're at tech. I'm sorry. I was thinking.
Yes.
I was on custodial type thought. Oh, special projects. Okay. So we did have. Are we not? Are we going to say that? Are
Yeah,
you just gonna tell
yeah,
me?
no, yeah, I mean, today's
Tech.
his last day. Tech is, yes,
So he's currently still in there because at the time I made this, he was still in there.
correct.
Okay. And then what was the other one?
Ricky retired back in, ended last year.
We didn't fill. We didn't fill it.
Or any space for that position.
What?
I have a suggestion.
What's your suggestion? Just put it on the table, Hoss.
So when Ricky retired, I think the intent was, okay, we'll see how they run with 3 plus the supervisor. And then Gary has been out for a while.
Right. Yeah.
So they've been running with 3. And honestly, if there were any issues or concerns, I think I would have heard about them by now, and I haven't. Now, I say that because I may get them in an hour from now. But
once
putting
this
it-
is
right,
once this
putting
is
it out
out,
there.
you may, but
Right, putting it out there. But for the most part, I've been fielding a lot of the calls that come in that were going to Gary that, hey, we have this, we need this, or they've been contacted directly or through Corey, and they've been kind of given initiatives from there. So far, it works, but I believe that the road department utilizes a ticketing system called PubWorks. And I think that by implementing that into their system, could basically generate work orders and tickets that could be trackable, that I'm not sure that you would really need to have a replacement for a
For the
supervisor.
supervisor.
Correct. On the 4th person, like I said, they've been running with 3 for a good, I would say 6 months now, at least. And I haven't heard a lot of concerns. But that's just kind of my initial thoughts on that. We haven't really given a directive or an initiative since Gary is retired.
yeah.
You know?
And I
And Gary probably handled a lot that
Yeah.
y'all didn't have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%. I mean, they would basically call Gary, and it wasn't until last week Gary called me and said, "Hey, I'm getting calls for the guys to go out and do this." So I've just been kind of holding off on. Okay, now he's retired. Do we where do we direct those? How, what are we pushing forward? And I think, and it's all, tied to the budget. So
I'd like to talk to them, see what their thoughts are, and see where they're at. You know,
I mean, I'm kind of like him. I don't disagree with you there, but I mean, I haven't heard anybody. No one's reached out, and normally, you at least hear something.
And
like
anytime-
last year with the increase or whatever.
yeah,
you
and
heard from
anytime
those
it's
guys.
it's above what they feel comfortable working on, like we had that leak in front of the jail. Matt called me. What do we want to do? Go ahead and call a plumber, and we'll get somebody. HVAC stuff same way. So
the only thing that I'm just trying to think through this out loud, just now knowing this, is if that is separate, like if it was a department under kind of under the road department, you have supervisors there. This being its own department, I can see where at least someone needs to be at a minimum, a point person.
Yeah.
You know, or there's gonna be one usually, even if they don't have that title. There's gonna be one person that's fielding those calls that it is at least doing the job, maybe without compensation.
Right.
Does that make?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's really who's available. I mean, I think I've got a text
So
thread.
it is more
I've got
that? You think
I've got
you
a
feel
text
like
thread
it's-
with all three of them. And when
You do?
when I get something, hey, there's a leaky faucet at the judicial building, we're on it. I mean,
Right.
Or phone
Okay.
call, or I'll call Matt, or if I know Matt's not there, I'll call. So it's kind of fluid.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know more about that than I would, so. Why am I looking over there when it's? Okay, so
I will say, from my perspective, as far as like a budget and purchase orders and payment requests, I know I deal a lot with Corey and Brad on all of those for the special projects and for the custodial staff and for judicial center. So I don't know if, as you move forward with plans, there could be somebody that takes charge of all of those departments, and that way, because if I was to ask somebody to come here to give us, for example, a recommendation for the budget for what we just talked about, maintenance and utilities. We're just kind of discussing what Corey's seen go in and what Brad's seen go in and us pay, and there's not really somebody who says, oh, I've got this on track, this is the things I think needs to be done this year. You know, somebody, like I'd call Roy in and he'd have the whole plan of what he needs for his budget. I don't know that I have that person for those departments. Does that make sense?
you don't, or you
for
don't
custodial
need
and
it.
maintenance
You're
and
saying
everything.
you don't need it either.
No, I'm not
Is that
saying I
what
don't
you're
need, I'm not saying I don't need it.
Oh.
I just think it's kind of, right now, that's so spread out, and those things maybe could be consolidated, whether that's under the road department
Well, I think
or whatever.
what we learned when we were meeting with department heads, Erica would consistently ask the animal shelter, the park, the road department, of your facilities, of your buildings, do you foresee any maintenance or replacement of HVAC units? And I don't think we really got I don't think so. You know,
Right.
it wasn't like it was something they had a finger on, like absolutely, or
Right.
I think
Somebody's
that's
not taking ownership of,
Yeah.
of that. And Brad brought up like cleaning out the vents. I know that I've complained about the vents several times, the ones in the women's bathroom are disgusting. But where does that fall under? I don't know that there's somebody that's like, oh, that's my ownership of that, because it's so divided up. There's custodial and there's maintenance, and they're not,
and that's with all of our buildings.
kind of
Yeah.
all the responsibilities aren't all together.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of spread out.
But I do think the ticketing system that the road department utilizes could be utilized for that. So you have all your assets listed in there, and then you start to build historical data. So then you're like, hey, we've been to this unit 5 times in the past 6 months. You know, now we start to answer those questions. Not to say that still a person still needs to be over that, but I think it's a good solution to entertain.
I know Brad takes on almost all of the judicial building type stuff and all the reimbursements for the for the AOC and all of that. So that kind of falls under maintenance as well. It just seems like it's really spread out. And so there's not a person that I can go to and be like, oh, can we talk about all these POs? Because it's different. Like 4 or 5 people have their hands in it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a little bit why, like Corey said, oh, there's the contractual obligations are $10,000, but I didn't really know that because, I mean, I see it come through, but I don't know for sure what's contractual. Normally, a department head would tell me, oh, we have a contract for that. This is what it costs me every year.
All right.
Clear as mud.
Circle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. You want to circle
All
back
right,
to that
so
one?
put it back on the list of things to come back to.
But I mean, that's that's 30%
What, no, 25% of the total. Okay.
So we got off the topic, sorta, on the supplies. Once you threw that in, that, I mean, we have it budgeted at 10, and you said you have about 40,000 currently out of it.
Right.
I mean, back in 1920, it was 20,000. Last year, it wasn't as much, but it was still more than 10. So,
Are you on 4060? Other county buildings?
yeah.
Okay, let's even get further into the weeds on other county buildings. We've got some
Okay.
buildings that are under our jurisdiction. They're just costing us money.
Within that line item or within
Just in, well, both.
utilities mostly?
All of them, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we really do have to look at our infrastructure. The Hardin Community Center, the fire department in Hardin have taken that over, so we'll see some changes there. But we've got some other buildings that we should at least discuss. If I'm not mistaken, the one building that the Allied's in caught on fire? Or there
No,
was
there was a unit that
a
started.
unit that, yeah.
We-
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the units started smoking, and yeah, so they went out there but I mean, it's that one's one of the, yeah, that's a building that's consistently costing us money.
Just,
And obviously, the senior citizens were gonna be in there, but then they are no more, and so West Kentucky Allied is now in there. I think they're gonna be in there temporarily. So, long-term, that building, it's just been a cost to us.
So, I think you just answered it then. So there's no chance that West Kentucky Allied will not move out of that. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I haven't had
they're
any
definitely going back to
conversations.
Mayfield.
Right. I think that was their future intent, but I haven't had that conversation with them.
yeah, I would assume since they totally lost their facilities, that they would qualify for some financial assistance to rebuild. We can engage and find out what their intent is. But I would think that their intent is to either buy a new facility or build a new facility. I don't know, but we can find that out. But there are just some old structures that we really, when it comes to the budget, we're just spending a lot of money.
Draftville Community Center,
Yeah, we got the
adult education.
adult
Right.
education
In
out
which-
there.
Again, I don't know what their long-term intent is, but I mean, is that worth reaching out to, you want to, are they a government agency? They're not. But we couldn't do like we did with the Hardin and transfer it because it's not a government to government, but
Yeah. You have to have it
But obviously they'd be-
appraised or something, and then you have to have it appraised.
you'd have to
and-
surplus it. Yeah, you'd surplus it just like any other county-owned property.
I think that, if I'm not mistaken, that relationship with that building has got the Lions Club tied to it. And it's not local, it's like the International Lions Club tied to it. So
Funky.
It's not as easy
It's
as.
not, no, you're right, it's not. I forgot about that.
Yeah. But we can find out.
Mm-hmm, yeah, sure.
I mean, I think it's worth a talk to say,
Yeah.
okay, you've been in there, because it's been 18 months or so probably, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
been
they've
a
been
little
in there
while
for a
since
while.
they've been in there.
But again, it's one that, it's an aging building.
It's
that
aging.
we
Two
get-
septic systems.
Two septic systems that we got to go out and do certain things to and mow. That's right, mow.
But we'll find out.
Yeah, I think with both of those, it's worth a conversation of, okay, is there any long-term possibility here? Those are the two main.
As far as budget-wise, I mean, we can continue to budget off our current timeline, and we can reach out and have some discussions, and then maybe have an answer within the budget as we're
Okay.
moving along. But
Yeah.
Hardin, it was the three, it was Hardin, Draftonville, and the Benton building.
Benton.
Those are the three that, were kind of low-hanging fruit that are costing us.
Yep.
And I know there's some other organizations. I know, Justin, you had an organization reach out to us, and the training room out the new 911 center is where we've been sending a lot of these, the long-term recovery groups out there. They're utilizing it. It's the women's auxiliary. They're using it. So we're definitely maximizing the use out of that training room. Any other items on this, other county buildings? Okay. Judicial courthouse.
Okay, but was there a directive in there to change this
No.
number, or do we come coming back to it?
You talking about
back.
other county buildings?
The other county buildings maintenance line? 'Cause
don't-
it's still at
The
10
one that Monty
right
was
now.
talking about? Yeah. We're at what now, 40?
It says 10,000 now, but we were at 40,000 expenses as of today.
And
Add,
I would assume at a minimum, it needs to be in between those two numbers.
yeah.
I think there was something special that was in there, but if you look at 19, 20, and then the last year, it was still above that, so I'd say maybe 20.
Let me, while I'm thinking about it, Allied is in the facility, and I know we get reimbursed. They're paying.
$1,000 a month.
Okay.
So we are getting rent from them,
Yeah.
which is why I think maybe they would be interested in going ahead and
40, 60.
taking it.
Taking it.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
So do those just, do we have that in a receipt line, or do we just wash that, or how do we?
But the rent,
The rent?
Wash it, but yeah.
it's going to have to be a budget amendment because we didn't anticipate getting those receipts.
So maybe it hadn't been 18 months then. Were
Wait,
we not
wait,
receiving
Allied-
that rent?
Are you talking about Allied or
Yeah.
the? Yeah. and-
Oh, no.
Allied
No, I
was-
was talking about the adult. You're
No.
talking about Allied.
No, that's just a lease. That's just
Yeah.
a,
The adult is in
they don't
here.
pay. They don't
Oh,
pay
They don't
anything.
pay, that's right. Yeah. The Allied is the one that does, yeah.
And I do not have a receipt in here for them right now, just because I didn't know how long that was going to extend to.
Yeah, that was a contract. It's kind of like the warehouse contract because of the storm. And to let him know that contract is 6 months, or if it was to be extended. But Needline's done a great job of getting most of the resources out of there. So we anticipate that this will be a 6-month contract. It'll end June. So we'll make our payment for June, but we won't be carrying that forward.
All right. What do you say, 20? Just
Yeah,
for now?
increase it 10.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Judicial courthouse. I will say this, with the courthouse, and I think we briefly talked about this when we brought the ALC's payment to the fiscal court. The increase, which it was, that increase, once we paid our debt off, I think it's like 143, I'm going off the top of my head here, 143,000, maybe it's 147,000, but that is supposed to be, I'm trying to remember the statutory language, but basically for construction, repair of a new facility, construction of a new facility. So I want to say the Judicial Center has been there for 20 years, about 22. So my intent is to, direct Erica to invest that money so that each year, if we're going to be looking at potentially getting that amount of money each year, and these are new dollars because the debt's paid off, then when the judicial building discussion comes to a discussion of needing to be reconstructed or buying a new one or building a new one, we have some monies that AOC has given us annually to invest it and make it grow as much as possible so it's not 100% burden on our budget when that time comes. So I just bring that to your attention on the judicial courthouse. Go ahead. Eric, did you have something you want to say?
I had this ready if you has questions about it. I had the AOC's allocations worksheet where it talks about this $147,000, $147,292, and it says this use allowance is calculated in accordance with KRS 26A.090 as modified by 2022 House Bill 244. And then it has the amount. So then when you, like Judge said, when you look up those House bills and that KRS, it's for capital. They give you that for capital expenditures related to the now paid off courthouse.
So maintenance and, the contract's the same, right?
3330.
Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 3290, that's the same. That's the current contract, right? 72.8 a year.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right.
Was that contract renewable?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They just, once we signed it, we haven't renegotiated. They haven't come to us either, so it was just renewable.
Okay.
I thought we renewed it. I thought it did come up and we renewed it.
It came up.
But it was the same.
Yeah, it was the same thing. I
Yeah.
think it was, I think they adjusted their pricing, and actually decreased it from the very first contract. I think that was what,
Oh, well, yeah. So, like what you were about to say, 3330,
Yeah.
what's the current?
We got budgeted 65. Do we have
What do we say?
because I know.
Yeah, let me pull it for you. Not a VIP.
I guess the good thing with this is that ALC does pay a percentage.
we just have to budget for
We
it.
have to budget to pay on the front end.
We've spent 80,167, and we've got an encumbrance of 18,350, so that's 100,000.
And I think that's not going to change.
No. Yeah. And again, that is reimbursable at the whatever their occupancy is. So that percentage. So I'd say about, if your contractual services are about 35 grand, an additional 65 to 70 would be on top of that. We can anticipate about a 90%, 92% reimbursement on that 70 grand.
Okay.
But-
So if we, oh, go ahead.
Well, but we have to obviously budget because we have to spend it before they send us the reimbursement.
Yeah. So that being said, then, so if we take that to 100, because that's legitimately what it's always going to be, then she also will need to address on the receipt side so that it's not,
How do you do that? Did you do that last year? We have a receivable of reimbursement from the AOC, not our quarterly reimbursement, like our,
For the projects that are repairs?
Yeah.
No, because, I mean, there's no way to know for the upcoming year what repairs are gonna be. So we don't.
so we just do a budget
and
amendment when we
We don't know if it's
do.
gonna be repairs that we cover or repairs that they approve, because they can disapprove. It's
True.
approved.
Yeah, they could deny a request. Well, and part of that too is anything under $2,500 is not reimbursable. It's part of our quarterly reimbursement in our calculation. Everything over that, we submit for project, and they will come back, and I've never had one denied to get reimbursed at that percentage, 92% or whatever it is. So I wouldn't say all of the 70 grand is going to be the 92% reimbursable, but I mean, your bigger ones are going to be, I'd say less than 15,000 won't be reimbursable.
So if we leave it at 65, we're at 80, just like this fiscal year, we pulled the monies from somewhere else. If we budget to 100, then we have to show on the receipt side. Or we pull it, we earmark them.
Yep.
I mean, if you don't, I mean, it's going to be a $35,000 increase.
Yeah,
So-
without a receipt side.
What do you feel like as far as
So-
the time frame for reimbursement, Brad? You're the one who submits all of that.
So then the only other way to do that is to knowingly know that you're going to have 100, but you're also going to be reimbursed, but you don't want to show that reimbursement on the receipt side, so you legitimately do 85,000 versus 100 because that's,
Without a receipt side?
yeah,
Yeah. It's,
yeah.
I mean, I guess.
Does that
what's
make
worse?
sense?
Not,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. I guess whatever's easier.
I think it's
for you.
definitely at 65, we're going to be in the same boat, so.
When we don't have a receipted budget for that, what ends up happening is when the money comes in, we do a budget amendment, and we amend it right back into the same expenses that more can be spent out of that expense line for the judicial.
So are you agreeing or disagreeing? Just
Ow.
say,
I'll do whatever you guys tell me to do.
no, I want you to either agree.
That's gonna be my
or
answer all the time,
disagree.
Lonnie. I will do whatever y'all's direction is that you want me to do. I mean, we're gonna have we have budget amendments anyway. So
Yeah,
it's-
we're always
it's-
going to have.
It's, in the end, I mean, unless we have a project that they finally do deny, in the end, it's always works out, it would be the same whichever direction.
So here's the real question is, do you want to, we do not have a reimbursement line for that currently.
Not.
Right.
Correct, not for the
So we
unanticipated repairs.
always
Correct.
have to amend that in.
We always amend that back in, yes.
So the question is, do you make a new line with an assumption, or do you do it like we always have, cut down that amount a little bit and amend it in?
The only way that I could see that would be a bad thing to do,
She is
Bonnie,
not gonna
asking
answer
me.
it.
The only way I could see that would be a bad thing to do is if you had 100 little $2,400 projects that you're never going to get the money back on, and you've budgeted to receive the money that you're never going to get.
Yeah, which is what that's right.
Put it at 85,000. And don't add and don't do
put
a
a receipt
receipt
side.
side. How about that?
What if I disagreed and then it turned
Yes.
out poorly?
It
Then you'd
would've-
be mad at me.
It would have saved somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 minutes if you'd have just agreed.
Can I move for a quick recess?
Is that a 20? Yeah. So that 20K increase
Yeah. Yeah.
or
I think you want me to not be difficult, Monty. Then later you'll be like, hey, you told me that this was okay.
No. I will not remember everything we've talked about.
No, you remember well. You have a good memory.
Well,
is there anything else you see in the AOC? AOC, I mean, it is what it is.
mm-hmm.
Who's the
Oh, up top.
Let's not forget about that.
No, the one in the
3460?
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
who is the pest control? I can't.
Southern.
Southern.
Yeah. That's part
Okay.
of
So
their.
that,
And the only way,
yeah, so
Yeah.
2,800 or
3460.
1,800.
All right, I've already changed it, but just let's remember to tell them that we changed it.
To 3? Okay.
We changed pest control to 3,000. We just talked about that. That's how much it is.
We were down to the,
1,200.
like, medical, insurance. Is that something we just wash through or
Insurance?
something? Yeah. We get paid.
No, the bill is not separated from the rest of our insurance, so sometimes it gets split and sometimes it doesn't, and if it doesn't, we just move that over to cover that line.
So
You say you changed to 3,000, I'm sorry.
On the pest control,
up top, not in the judicial courthouse, but in the other county buildings.
For the judicial building.
What?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, sorry. Now I see why you
3460.
said 1,800. I see that now. I was going
Yeah,
up
I
to
meant
the
12.
up top. Okay.
No, 18.
Yeah, I guess. So.
it was at 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I wrote that down. All right.
So
GIS.
hang on a second. The 147. Oh, okay, never mind. That's the invested dollars.
That's yes, the new amount of money we get because of our building being paid off now.
Okay.
That's supposed to go towards capital for the judicial center.
Okay. Okay.
For this
He's
year.
got some carryover because of the
Yeah, here we go.
delays on getting
So
some of
the-
the stuff. And I think he gave us a breakdown of salaries, current.
Yeah. Okay, he gave us salary research and then he gave us this. It looks like this.
So the software maintenance, we would need to increase, right? Line, oh, sorry, 3190. That's contractual. Based on what he gave us the other day, it says 51.3, and I think that's contractual, isn't it?
I believe so. I believe I remember him saying that, yes. It's contractual software.
This,
Yeah, we're looking for it.
It should be near,
It's in the pile somewhere.
but he did take out, he also said, I
in your
mean, not
piles of
that it-
papers, it should be near one that looks like this. That's the salary research he did.
I mean, to me, those are not wants, right? Those are true numbers. Like the desktop maintenance, he decreased, and the servers, he decreased a little bit. Both of those are based on contracts, if I remember that right. And same thing on software maintenance. So I don't know that we have a choice but to change those three.
So change,
Don't you think?
so IT support contracts,
So-
there's no change there. No change in website expenses.
Right.
Software maintenance, 51.3.
That's what it looks like to me.
Communication equipment down to 0. Servers to 45. Office supplies to 0, I guess?
Well, now desktop maintenance, he went down to 13
Right, desktop down to 13.
from,
And then he's requested $6,000 of travel.
I mean, again, that's the want versus, I'm just saying, I think his other ones were like contractual. Am I right?
I believe so. I remember him talking about that, yes. I did not make any notes on what contracts there are, but I can pull what all he's paid out of there.
So server maintenance went down to 45. It was kind of a wash. Office supplies, he asked for the same, or no, he didn't even ask for office supplies.
No, and I don't know if that was a mistake, because I'm gonna
No,
assume he
I think-
needs
What did he tell us?
papers, pens, highlighters, et cetera.
Yeah. So don't take it out.
Our ConnectWise is in there, what he's paid so far out of that, software maintenance line is the ESRI software licensing, the Milestone software, ConnectWise software is what comes out of that line so far to this point.
Okay.
So so far I've adjusted those as we've been talking, other than taking 0 and making his supply 0. And I have not put in travel, if that's the direction that you all want me to go.
I mean, when it comes to that particular office and his point that he made that day, I totally see that. I mean, that office, if you do not keep up with what's going on in that industry, you're going to absolutely get, well, not just left behind as it relates to GIS, but I mean, as it relates to keeping all of our IT stuff straight and safe. It is, to me, well worth that. It's almost like an insurance policy to me, in my opinion. But we have not really gotten to any wants for anybody else, so we could obviously circle. There's nothing on there right now,
For travel.
but we don't even have that in that line, do we?
GIS travel right now is
So
0.
maybe we add travel 6,000 and circle it. Seems a little crazy, but can you pull up the salaries? How's that?
Yeah.
Who's in that now? That's what makes up that 214.8.
Yeah. There's how this is the rounding deal.
Keep it there for just a second.
I can print this if you want me to. I know that this was one
Okay.
of the requests that came from the department
Yeah.
head was to look at 2 of these salaries.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, that's it. I know we're gonna have to come back to that like we are several of the others, but that's one we've talked about for a few times, and we obviously mentioned that we were going to.
Officer, I think that's set. 3140, that's constables. The bonds on constables. And if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to double check, but regarding constables, I think there was legislation that they have to go through.
Did that pass? But current, you're right. Well,
Current-
did it?
current-
Current or grandfathered?
Current or grandfather, but any new constables have to go through that training. 4, the way, and I'm not 100% spun up on it, but if it's 4, and I may be saying this wrong or right, but law enforcement powers.
They talked about this in my treasurer's training. So yes, to have the peace officer powers,
Peace officers' powers.
either they have to be already in office on January 1st, and then they're grandfathered in
Of 2022.
of this coming year, 2023. So they have
Oh.
to already be, because
Oh.
that office doesn't turn over till January 2nd. Okay, so the day before the new voted officers take in. So they have to already have been a constable and they'll be grandfathered in to continue to have peace officer powers. So for example, if judge appointed somebody today, then come next year, they'd still have peace officer powers. After that date, if they want to have the peace officer powers, they have to go through the training. My gosh, that's the second time I've done that. They have to go through the academy. Unless they are already academy certified.
Do you have people running for constable that aren't constable?
And I haven't appointed anybody because of this legislation.
Yeah,
Right.
I figured if the General Assembly, I know it's been discussed for several years.
yeah.
They passed it, I didn't appoint anybody.
Yeah.
I've been asked to, but I just refrained from doing it.
I know the treasurer's training, a ton of treasurers said we're flooded with calls, people wanting to be constable and they're wanting to be appointed before that date so that they can be grandfathered in so that they can have peace officer powers. So it's, I mean, it's something that people are talking about a lot.
Break for lunch.
Sounds good.
On that note, be back at
All right, Brad.
What we on, Brad?
OEM.
Get everything situated and then screw it up.
I got it. I've got it. Thought mine was blue.
I can't remember, do one of you all remember, did he say, was there like a warning system or something that was not included?
Got, he's got code red in here. $12,000. That's what the yearly subscription is.
What would you say?
I was thinking that he came to us and said that there was some service like that, like a code red or something that was not included in what's in there for the current fiscal year, that would need to change for next fiscal year. But I can't remember for sure.
It's 12,000 here.
I don't guess he gave me a printout. I think he was gonna give you guys a printout. He ended up giving you one? He did.
Can you see that?
This.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he got me that.
Two pages.
One thing I see just, or well, what's the actual number on utilities? Because he said it doesn't need to be increased, but then the one from last year was over. It's not much, but
109, OEM utilities,
yeah, what's that for? Or that's just for that building?
$119 right now.
Did we take the?
Verizon.
Oh, so,
I'm looking at this.
So if you're looking at that, click the line,
okay,
and now scroll down. It only click our year. No,
so don't mess with it.
not the hyperlink, you have to click in the line. And then, go back up. Show transaction. And then here, put EJ, that means expense journal, that's the only one you really wanna see, that's gonna show you checks. And then-
That was easy to get to.
Oh, yeah, real easy.
He's wanting to move 1,000 out of his 42,100 line and move it to his, at least cover 1,500 increase on 57,400.
After you do, I haven't looked at this yet to see, but I wonder if you take those suggestions, if that's a net increase or.
Say that again.
Well, if I'm taking all those, that, 8-line thing there that he's got, disaster expense, supplies, travel, utilities, maintenance, generator maintenance, equipment. Wonder if that's a net. Let's see.
I don't have the paper you all have. I have where I was making notes in our individual meetings. So as long as he didn't change what he'd asked for in the individual meetings, I had made a little note to myself that it was like a $20,000 increase he was asking for. But that was everything. He asked for a 10% increase for their salaries. He asked for, 1,500 in increase
Oh, here
in
we
travel, or 1,250 in travel, 1,500 in safety. He asked for he asked for some things to be moved around.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. So.
And then in my notes, in the maintenance and generator maintenance grant match line says, try to get grant for STAR system. Put sirens on one system, constant live monitoring for each siren, and sets them off for National Weather Service warnings, tamper warnings, etc. And 4 new sirens, and I had 14,400. That doesn't look like something he's turned into you. Grant match 14,000, so maybe that's that amount that my notes are from our individual meetings. He asked for dues and conferences to be 3,500. My notes say International Association of Emergency Managers membership and conference.
Well, 42,100, he's wanting to reduce from 2,000 to 1,000. And then 57,400, he wants to increase from 15 to 45. So if you drop 1,000 from 42,100 to 57,400, that'll give him at least 1,000 out of the 1,500 that he's asking for. That's just moving monies that it appears to be already budgeted.
Yeah, it looks like to me, if you don't take the new lines on that second page that he has, if you flip to that, it makes it easier to look at. But if you just look at those equipment, it's like 58.5, and it would make it 56,750 is what I'm coming up with. But that ain't right. Yeah, it is.
Isn't code red should already be
So,
right here. This one.
He was just flipping around where that 75 one is on maintenance, adding it to maintenance. But to me, it looks like we're taking the total from 58.5 to 56,750. Or no, I'm sorry. You're taking it from 56,750 to 58.5, so it's about a $1,750 increase on all those items not including the new lines.
Okay, let's see.
58, 50 maintenance, can you pull up 58, 50? What maintenance? I know we got generator maintenance on.
Yeah, I think that's what he was asking, to take it from generator maintenance to general, or take it from,
Generator maintenance line.
yeah, and put it to maintenance for streamline or something. I don't, does
It's
that,
just, it's like fuses for a truck, paint for sirens, siren controllers, siren paint, windshield wiper replacement, so kind of a general maintenance line item. But most of it is going towards sirens, like the siren controller was $3,900.
I agree with your math though, Monty, as far as the ups and downs, the not new lines, the net is he's asking for 1,750 more.
okay,
Once you take away all the just moving around parts.
yeah.
So would you say 17?
1,750 increase, if you do all the things above the words new line. I mean, moving the 7,500 from generator maintenance, from maintenance to
Yeah,
generator
doesn't really-
maintenance, that's
do anything.
kind of easy, and that's a wash. It's just moving around what he's already got there.
So really, it looks like to me, the difference is $1,000 in disaster expense from, right? No, it's lower, from 2,000 to 1,000.
Yeah, he's increasing 57,400, safety supplies and training
So it's the training piece of it,
by 1,500.
yeah. Training and travel to do the training, probably. I mean, are we going to continue to have, because I think the piece of that travel and training was related to, or at least on this sheet, I think is related to Jeremy. Or mentioned. You know what I mean?
Some of it is, then there's some training that outside of what's provided within the state. And I don't know if he mentions that in here.
Is that the association
Conference.
membership and conference, that's separately, that $3,500?
Yeah. Yeah, the yearly conferences. He says gives them a chance to network with the professionals in person and provides training from top tier organizations.
I think, you know, on the travel piece of it, the only thing, I'm just seeing that, you know, the cost has gone up as with everything else, but in addition to our new deputy. So I guess y'all know more than me. I don't, when it comes to that kind of stuff, is that going to,
continue?
I assume
Training?
No, I mean,
Jer-
like
the-
Jeremy,
the relationship,
that,
Jeremy and
he gonna continue on? This is not just a, during the disaster, essentially?
Oh, yeah, Jeremy was brought on before.
Yeah, oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I'd say Jeremy was brought on as a deputy. Kurt Smith.
Kurt Smith
He
resigned.
Stepped down. He
Yeah,
resigned.
stepped down.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
Back when, I don't know what was going on there. There was
Jeremy
Okay.
didn't,
a lot of
he didn't
stuff.
want any compensation or anything. He just,
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's more my question, to be honest with you, is not that I'm unhappy with Jeremy at all, is
Yeah.
the question of, are you going to continue to do
Yeah.
it for no pay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he is.
Okay.
Yeah, the training obviously would benefit him.
Yeah, that's, so I guess my point to that then is, if we're talking about doing that and paying for some additional training for Jeremy, I'm all in for, if it's cost us an extra $1,500, I think it's worth it.
Yeah,
When in the end, we're getting,
he did a lot during
yeah,
the tornado.
yep.
1750 takes care of that department.
So is the consensus to change from the words new lines up?
I think if
Change
you,
from the words new lines up?
yeah, I think if you do that, it's $1,750, right?
Right.
Is it, I guess the only question that I would have is it even necessary to do the 7,500, have it on a different line? I don't know the purpose of that.
I'm trying to remember. At least you get to see what the cost is on the generator maintenance.
Individually, okay.
I mean,
Yeah, versus
know.
having other stuff mingled in with that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, I mean, that
yeah,
makes sense.
I would say you would want to restrict those dollars,
Okay,
maintenance of the generators.
okay.
Now, because at one point, we didn't even we had a problem of generators going down, and then we got a contract put in and still had a problem with generators going down. But keeping it separate, it'll show you guys what's actually going on with the generators.
Okay.
All right, so from new lines up, I think we are in agreeance to those changes. That was mine. I had an extra one.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you can have it. Ambulance service. We can talk about the ambulance service, but then I think we also need to talk about the contract with the hospital. As we've done before, but it is an old contract that just really needs to be evaluated. Especially when we start going through this budget and we get to the tail end, you're gonna see that, we've got to make some decisions. Now, Brian, as he presented to us, a lot of his issues are out of his hands, obviously with material, upfits. I did talk to him about the ambulance upfit, and the concern is if we were to try to get out of that rotation, we could probably end up in another fiscal year, which obviously would put us further off the cycle that he has in place. And it's really worked well until we had the shortage. But I think we've got it in the budget, carrying it over
Yeah.
to cover for that.
Yeah, so, that's an important point too, is that particular one, we would not assume will be paid, right? Like what your other assumptions are taking, correct?
Correct.
Are you doing that now just because of the conversation that we had?
I feel like
Now I don't know whether
make
you're
it
really
so confusing for me, Monty.
What are you comparing it
Well,
to?
yeah, what I'm saying
Ask me the
is,
same question, but in a different way.
okay, so the other carryovers, you are assuming
That
will be spent.
Right.
That one you cannot, you need to assume will not be spent.
on that one, I actually have already changed that. So let's see. Look at my notes here.
And I still think it's gonna be one that you carry over even next year probably, but,
So, on the first paper that says, the one that says working paper 5/31/22, that's receipts, that cash balance in the general fund that says cash balance July 1, that does not say the word investment, so the 1,726,000. That has changed from the last time I printed it off for you, and that's one of the things that has changed about it is I added in $65,000 carryover from the ambulance due to the equipment not coming in. So
Okay.
65,000 is the difference between what he's got left there and those heart monitors that you guys had told him he could go ahead and order.
Okay.
So it has already affected, essentially, I've already carried it in on the receipt side so that you guys could cover, I carried in 65,000 of it because that's what'll be left after the heart monitor purchase.
oh, okay. The other day we had $75,000 carryover, I think, right, or no?
Not, our first discussion at the time, there was no carryover related to the ambulance. If I remember correctly. But to answer your question, yes, there's ambulance money in the carryover right now. 65,000 worth. That's the difference between what he has currently left over and once he purchases the heart monitors, what he will have left over from this current fiscal year that he will
Okay.
not spend in that line.
So, and then I have in my notes, 152,000 in new money. So would it be 152 plus a 65?
So he's got the 65. Doo-doo-doo.
And I think that's because I'm taking the 102.7 and then the 50,000 for the. I couldn't get my hands around. I couldn't. I think he and I agreed,
I think when we were talking about it last.
but I don't know if I still.
We were talking about when we were talking about how much money he would have left over of the current year's budget, we were talking about the heart monitors, just the monitor. So then at the end of the conversation, we wrapped up that it also has cables and items that help it run that would be part of that amount. So in the end, what ended up, the calculation was, that's how I came up with 65,000 would be left over.
So is the 225 number?
Should be two
Stay.
well, it should be two ambulances. Now, if you look back at what he said, he was concerned that that was not gonna be enough because ambulances will go up. Ambuline needs 225 to get another remount. We'll have about 75 of carryover to cover this, so it ended up being 65. 102 is the current ambulance amounts that won't be built until the next fiscal year, and then I don't have the notes on here, but he talked about, he doesn't think it will be 102 because of inflation. He thinks that we should guess 120.
Yes, but it also won't be two of them in this year either.
And I guess it just depends on if we're in the same situation next year, in the coming fiscal year. That's what he said, was his concern is if in July he says, okay, we're gonna pay for the one that gets done the next month, but we're also gonna buy one now for this fiscal year. If it takes him a whole nother year again, we're just gonna constantly be paying a year behind until it catches up, and then that year we'll pay two in a year, if you budget it that way. That's the reason we're at 225 in the current fiscal year, is because we ended up with an ambulance that was gonna carry over. And we paid for one ambulance, we just can't pay for the second one yet.
The heart monitors too at 19,000 is considerably less than what they normally are. That quote came in, well, it's good till July 10th.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, I think
he ended
that's
up with a
why I
trade-in,
have-
remember? He ended up with a trade-in after the fact.
I think that's
Did
why I
change that to
have.
trade-in?
I think that's why I have 152,000 new money is for one of these mounts and these 52,000 that hopefully will get the money. That's one of the grants, correct, that we could get paid for, right?
Yeah, we did 2 grants, the Lucas device and
Yeah, we did. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We could, or we will hopefully get a grant for one of these. But I'm showing 152 in new money, and I probably rounded. It's really 154 or 155, I guess. If you add the 52.3 plus the 102.7, that's kind of where I was coming up.
Okay, let's see.
And then I had 75 in carryovers, which would have, put us to that 225 mark, essentially 227. And I thought we were good. But now you have me questioning.
no, it's going to be two mounts potentially next year. Now he thinks that next year's mount may end up just like this year. But we have to anticipate 2 mounts. I think the discussion is the carryover. We use this year's budgeted upfit for the heart monitors. So I think you're right.
So he's got 125,132 left in that line right now. He's gonna go out and buy 3 heart monitors, right? That's what you guys told him?
This,
Yeah, and he's getting a 19,500 trade-in for those. So his cost on those is gonna be 52,307.96. So that's 72 left over. So I have it at 65. So I can change that to 72. So
And
then
that
I'll change that
was-
on the receipt side.
And that particular amount, I don't think the cost is going up. I think it's just the time in getting it is hitting in the next fiscal year, if I remember correctly. The next amount, which
Yeah,
we would do,
right.
is probably,
Yeah.
he anticipates.
this mount is what it is. He said
Yes.
it is 102.7. It's the next one. think the 225 is right. You don't? If it's those two mounts, the one mount you assume is 120, this one you assume is it is what it is. I mean, it's
Right, 'cause he's
essentially
up-
225.
They all have that power loader already now, right? We don't have to do that. They're not going to do that anymore. I think 225 is right. And I just changed the carryover amount to 72 instead of 65.
Okay.
Is that agreeable?
Yep.
I need to put
Could've just
ambulance
said
contract on our list of things to come back
It's
and talk
still going in
about.
the opposite direction, but that's,
I'll put the ambulance contract on the things to come back and talk about some more.
Or just assure ourselves with him that that's,
Well, and here's the key with the ambulance contract. We're paying $200,000, but as we did, Brad, I forget when you presented those numbers, we showed, okay, it was last year, and showing where, they're getting all the revenue. We have to, I think it's only fair to come back and I'd say in the past 6 years, it's been revenue positive. But I think the court needs to, and you have to remember the contract is a very unique contract. Only in the month of, correct me if I'm wrong, February, can you bring the negotiation to the table. So you're essentially got a 20-year plus contract. The discussion needs to be, do we really, in my opinion, do we really need to be paying $200,000 when they're in the black and have been for several years? There's always opportunities to renegotiate a contract annually if something were to happen. But at this point, 20 years ago when they put it in place, maybe it was a different situation. I know it was. But today, we potentially could be leaving monies on the table. I just think it's an area where $200,000 is $200,000. We're committing monies to the equipment that could potentially cover our equipment costs. It's not like we're, taking those monies and we're not providing anything. We're essentially at $500,000 if you include the equipment cost and the contract, $200,000. So I would urge the court to have that discussion come February. Okay.
duly noted. It's in my notes.
I mean,
I'll get my calendar.
This was, I mean, in
I know. I think it was 2 years ago.
15.
I think it was 2 years ago.
16.
I don't think we discussed it last year. I think it was a year before
I
last.
think you're right. I think it was because it was, I put financials together through,
Yeah.
I just found it through 2019.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
hadn't had 2020 yet, but it was.
Yeah, I
2
do
years.
think it was.
Yeah, we had
But-
bought this,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just good business to sit down and look at a contract and say, hey, this thing's old, let's reevaluate it.
Or at least when, I think we even talked about if it is, obviously, we don't get their financials unless you ask. But then it's kind of one of those things where it should be something, okay, if they make money at the year, there should be a percentage that comes back. That management fee, you just kind of throw it at them. If you don't put a management fee on it, put it as a net neutral for both. So you get the end of the year, they made this much money, well, we own assets, so we should be invested in that as well.
Yeah, I think the risk is on the other side of it too.
Yes, sure.
So it's both of us are, you're taking risk out by having it a fixed amount, but you're also
Maybe
potentially leaving money on the table. So it's I agree. I just, looking back to that, I just, how do you structure it where it's the most beneficial for both sides? And I don't know that you can. I don't know. I mean, in a contract, one side is going to usually win and the other one lose, but you want to.
Now let me say this. Our interest, when there are other options out there that we know could have been an option that would have definitely been a positive to the fiscal court. So we didn't even we didn't even get the opportunity to have that discussion just so that the folks of the community could see that this is actually beneficial for the fiscal court, because there are other companies out there that can provide the same service, and that's all they provide, and they have a better bargaining chip at the table because that's their wheelhouse. So when we get focused tunnel vision on just the hospital as a contract, that's something that we were bringing to the table in 2016 to say, hey, look, let's look at this in a broader brush of the stroke, and that I'm not advocating that we go in that direction. I'm just saying we deserve to have that conversation, because ultimately, as we're getting ready to find out, it's hitting our bottom line. And when it's hitting our bottom line, I'm not worried about the hospital. I'm not worried about these other bottom lines. I'm worried about this bottom line that we're elected to manage. And we've got to have those conversations. I just say good luck, because it's if you can get the politics out of it, good luck. But
Well, and there's another option on the table rather than renegotiating that contract.
yeah,
Let the hospital have the certificate of need.
and that's been discussed in Frankfurt.
Yeah.
I think there was legislation and we were opposing it.
Yeah.
But it's the hospital associations that are pushing it, because they want it to be now. It sounds good, but when you get from pre-medical treatment, hospital care, an ambulance service, in my opinion, is not a transportation service. So just like today, we just heard the accident out on the interstate. If the ambulance are tied up transporting folks who have already had medical care, and we have citizens who are needing immediate, haven't had medical care yet, say the accident out on the interstate, those ambulances are going to be tied up. And I'm totally against that, because that's on the hospital associations to provide care for the people that they have taken in and given care to. But when we as citizens call for medical service that we haven't had yet, that ambulance, that's what it's there for, is to get immediate pre-hospital care medical service. So we can get caught up in the numbers, but at the end of the day, it's getting that service to the citizens when they need it. So, okay. Fire protection kind of is what it is. They're both statutory. Animal control and animal shelter.
So that is one that looks different from last year, and that's just due to the facts we've already talked about. Their donation accounts balance is down, and so they're going to have to start, we're going to have to start adding them back to the general fund expense line to make up for the fact that their donation account, you're using it. They've been using it for the past several years, relying on it more heavily than a subsidy from the fiscal court.
Which is understood.
Let's see.
I can do the math real quick.
So here's the salary. What's on the salary portion of that? the day, I don't think it was the day you weren't here. So there were a couple people in there that were under, so they had me put them in at the lowest in the bracket. Um,
One of those is gone. Is that why we're at?
Hallie's moved up to Kay's spot, Kit's spot.
And then we're hiring a new one to replace Haley. And then we got 2 part-time people that cover holidays and weekends, is what that is.
So is this figure that you have correct? That one's not correct anymore? Or it is?
Yeah, I think this is what you guys plugged in is different from what's on the salary schedule that I sent out. What I sent out was like the request, I guess, what people were requesting. And then this is what you all plugged in, right?
So if Brad
This
sent
is the
you,
only one that's been different, though.
the, right.
Why?
Because
I don't, I'm still not.
the first budget workshop, remember we had the people who were in the yellow and they were below their current pay grade, and y'all's direction was put them at the lowest minimum amount in their pay grade. I did that. This was the only one that's different because there were two people in other departments and they had already left, so there wasn't anything to change except for the animal shelter.
I do know the USDA contract with the mosquito spraying. Do we have that contract? Did we?
What I'm saying is, though, is that this figure is less than that. Wouldn't it
Than
be
what?
more?
Less than what?
We've got 99.7 on here. Unless I pulled the wrong appropriation.
1086 right here.
Yeah,
1086.
yeah, you have,
And then-
you have 99.7.
1086.
Yeah, we got 99.7.
Ooh, I wonder why.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Because it is the one that you
Because I literally had
printed.
not closed. We went to lunch and I just closed this computer. It did not close this
Oh,
program.
here we go.
Excuses.
So let's see. It's pulling from C36 on the roundup page. Here's the roundup page.
What the rest?
C36 is kennel personnel 1086.
That is
And
weird.
that pulls from kennel E19. Kennel E19.
That is weird.
Rate sheet B18. Nope, nothing's changed. Still 105 for
Okay.
the health, no raise.
So,
I'm
so
sorry, I
then
don't know
are
what
the
your-
other numbers?
I don't know what your budget did. Let's see. Oh, okay. Wait, hold up.
Oh, it's. but
You're not pulling from the individual sheet. This is pulling from here.
Right.
So let's see. This is why a budget has to be checked 4 times, by the way.
By BLG.
You're getting to see it in live time. Why it has to be checked so many times? No, 100.
That is
I
so
don't know.
weird.
I'm not sure.
'Cause
Because
all
I haven't
those
closed out of
numbers-
it
All of those numbers are different.
for just the animal shelter.
Yeah. Well, I assume, I don't know, you can look up there. I mean, we haven't been necessarily going through.
What's
Some of
what's your
these-
OEM look like? I didn't print it out because I assumed I'd have my computer in front of me. What's your OEM look like?
No, that's correct. Interesting. Okay, so really all those are different. 1086. Well, this is why it's gonna do good for you to send us this afterwards anyway. 'Cause my numbers, that 3,500 didn't change, but everything else did. All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
don't know.
I don't even see that amount. What did you say it was? 90?
99.7.
I don't even see that amount on here for the full season around.
Strange. That's what happens when you go to lunch. Well, again, she is one that you almost look back and think, man, I wish every one of the departments had to have, or you had like a year that you had to use that account or something like that to, because
Nice,
man,
wouldn't it?
I mean, because that was amazing to me that she made that.
Yeah.
She made it work.
Yeah.
And I think it's the right thing to do for us to go back now and say, okay, we get it. You used it. You did what we did, made it through that. And, I think they do a great job. I don't know that it's a thankless job necessarily, because there are some people that appreciate it, but it's not an easy job by any means.
Nope.
I mean, I bet I get as many calls on animal control as,
And they do a good job of explaining what they can and cannot do.
yeah,
And a lot of times citizens don't take that. They
Yeah.
don't take that as the final answer. So then they'll call our office. And
yeah, and it's important that we're backing that
That's
up
right.
too.
Yeah.
And I've had to do it, and it makes it usually doesn't go over that well to folks. They want, and I get it, they're concerned, but there's only so much that we can do legally. And yeah, that's a tough job. So.
Animal control good?
Yep.
Sanitation.
Was the only difference there just the overtime, I guess, or something? There's another one.
That one changed too?
Well, you have it's 165 on ours.
Right there, 165. This one looks a
Oh,
little different than
oh,
normal
oh.
because
Is that because of
they have, remember
lower-
that 269 that they came to us and once they got the contract with the school? It's in this column, not in that column.
okay. Okay.
As far
let's
as
see.
why it changed from the current year, let's see. What that reasoning is.
It's okay. It's 1,700. Is that the building out there in Aurora? Is that on the Colgan?
Is it on the what?
Is that on sanitation? Our sanitation sewer out there?
No, it's
Does it go all
Hardin.
the way?
Isn't it Hardin? Hardin Community Building?
No. The
Oh.
Colgan, does that building
Oh,
on
yes.
Aurora? Okay,
Yes.
I figured it was.
Yeah.
That's got to be a pretty good bill there, I would think or is it not? Like what you think?
Helps. I do know that some of the byproduct helps.
Oh, it does.
Yes.
Liquid.
Well, you got the
Yeah. Let's
biological
phrase something.
breakdown,
Yeah.
Yeah.
bugs, and
Yeah.
but
Interesting.
too much.
Oh, okay.
Could really hurt the system.
Yeah.
But the amount, since it's such a small footprint, because of the technology that they're using,
Yeah.
it actually helps.
Hmm.
It helps feeds the bugs.
Interesting.
Activated.
Keeps
Get
them
nice
activated.
tomatoes.
Yep. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Never seen them like that.
Interesting.
I don't get tomatoes like that in my
Nope.
garden.
Huh.
Not kidding.
I'll bring you one.
Fertilizer?
Oh, they grow in their sludge pits.
Sludge pits.
We're not
Oh, they
joking.
really
We're not
do. They're
kidding.
being serious.
I'm
We're
being
being
dead
dead
serious.
serious.
You've tried it?
No.
Oh.
You know that.
I'm glad you told me before you brought me one to eat.
You remember this commercial? Hey, Mikey.
He don't eat anything.
We were looking for.
Listen,
Mikey.
I love tomatoes, but
Hey,
No, they were the
it's-
most beautiful
they
looking
were
tomatoes.
yeah.
They grow in the sludge pits
I've
where they
never been able to
empty.
get tomatoes like that.
They empty it, and your body doesn't digest tomato
Seeds.
seeds. So they get into the sludge, and they get in. And
They get outside, get the sunlight,
And
and
these
start
bit-
to grow.
I'm telling you, these most beautiful tomato plant. No, we did
Wow.
not try them.
interesting. I like it, yeah.
What's that?
I like to learn new information. but
That
one
wasn't
is
information
one.
you needed?
Yeah.
No, we thought they planted them there. But really, we were like, you guys planted
Yeah, we
tomato
thought
plants?
they were trying to be green.
Wow.
No. Yeah.
We're like,
They're like, no, that's completely
that was that
natural.
au natural.
I mean, I-
Like, okay, crazy. Proceed at your own risk. Okay. So sanitation. You got to see, I know you got the breakdown here, Erica. Do you have the school breakdown on there? I know you showed them.
Oh, no, that's just part of what's
Okay.
in there is there's their regular pay and then the 269 that they get per
Gotcha. Cemetery. board.
paycheck. 269. And the difference, would you ask me, Monty, between last year and this year is Jerry Kemp and Jonathan Smith, their rates are different than they were in the last budget. Now, is that because their rates changed or because just last budget, they happened to be skipped over and wasn't updated and it is this time? I'd have to dive deeper if you needed that answer.
It's okay.
I can if you need me to.
It's okay.
Okay.
Is this something we don't need anymore, or we just the board, cemetery board, or
Well, I don't
what was
know
that?
their travel expenses. The boards, if you go back years ago when they used to have grant monies available, but as far as travel expenses, I don't think they travel. Other county services, Papa Barrels. We've had that at 500 for some time, but I tell you what I did is I called around to different funeral homes and just kind of put it out there as here's the service, how much would you charge? And so I think that the court would be successful at just not really putting it out to bid, but identifying a funeral home to do the service. Then that way we don't have to get into, we know how much is available for cremation. We know how much is available for regular service or whatever is needed.
But is it something that we have to do as a ordinance, like what we've been receiving through email for?
With the Papa Barrel, from what I could understand, is if there is no family, unlike the one incident where there was family in another county, that's not for the taxpayers to pay that funeral service. If there is literally no family, then the county, by law, has to provide a service. Now, the service that can be provided could be cremation.
Right.
And there were several funeral homes that, had given a dollar amount as far as what they would commit to. But I think we all know it's on the corner to find the family member. And if they can't, then
What's the time frame there? I've never really thought about that, but there's not a time frame.
I have never been. I've kind of asked what are the checks and balances to make sure that the coroner has exhausted all avenues to find family, and I don't know that there's any defined
In the
timeline,
statute.
any defined ways to do it.
So is that what McCracken did within an ordinance, is to put something like that? I mean,
You'd have to, because
be honest, I haven't
it'd
read
be
the-
above and beyond the.
you could do a policy.
Yeah.
I thought.
Because there's
what was
statutes,
the-
there's
yeah.
statutes that already support whose responsibility it is to find the family member. But as far as the fiscal court with the monies, we decide how much we're going to pay. And I think that the fiscal court could negotiate by way of a policy with a funeral home, because they're in that business, to, it could be annual, it could be one where we take all bids, and we just, some counties actually will call and ask, hey, how much, for this, how much for the different ones. But we have to set a limit, or else we'll get invoices of, inconsistent. I think one was a legitimate funeral, and that's not,
Right.
that shouldn't be on the taxpayers.
Right. Yeah.
But there are funeral homes out there that will do it, and not just in Marsh County. I mean, you open it up to whoever can provide the best service. But
So leave it.
500 was one that one of the funeral homes quoted. There was a 450. I mean, that was cremation. Nuisance board.
Did the money that we put out for postage and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I
did
mean,
it
I'm
end
using
up-
it. It's the frustrating part is a lot of times, either it's a abandoned property, and so you mail it to. What I do is I go and see where they get their tax bill, and that's where I send the letter first. A lot of times that's $10 down the drain, because or $9 something, whatever it is now, because they never signed for the letter. But I can at least show proof that I tried to send it certified and return receipt. So yeah, I mean, I'm using, I don't know how much I've used this year, but
But it's sufficient, I guess, is the,
yeah, and if it's in it, yeah, it
Alright.
is.
because we increased it
Yeah,
a
right.
good amount just because of the, I know it's used,
Yep.
because I've had several of them.
Yeah, and that's another one where statutorily, we can only do so much.
Yep.
Um,
It's a lot like to me, the pet issue is that if you don't take care of your pets, it's not gonna matter if we send animal control. It's a lot like that with if you don't take care of your property, you probably don't care whether you get a
Right.
letter from us or
Yeah.
not.
Well, and I'm kind of using like a, if they get cited, it's $50 a day. So
Yeah.
I'm using a 100-day rule. After 100 days, then I'll file a lien on the property. So
Yeah.
it's $5,000. That
Yeah, I mean,
is going to be a
it's-
lien, which
It is different, you're right.
would be
It's-
significant if,
yes.
and I've had to do that. So now, does it still clean up the property? I can't say that it
Yeah.
always does, but
Right.
at least that's what the ordinance and the statute allows.
yeah.
Yep.
And it is better than what we had, which was
Yeah.
nothing.
Yep.
Yep.
Do we want to take a quick break? Before we go to Parks?
Sounds good.
All right. Parks.
Here's another one. I'm looking forward to getting this from you after today with all these changes in it that, yeah,
Clerical employees,
29,000. Yeah, and you've got 30,800,
And yours says what?
1650.
29.
1650 says 29. Yours says,
And then like 32.4 on the next. On FICA. We don't even have FICA. Where's your FICA? Oh.
This one? Clerical? I'm trying to think why it would be that Morgan was one of the people.
Is it because of the,
Just the animal shelter left, but Morgan was one of the people under. It was
Yeah.
two Animal shelter and Morgan was the people who had not left employment already.
okay.
So it has to be that. For some reason, it didn't update where you guys have me change it to the lowest scale on the sheets I printed out for you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know why it would have not done that.
Well, after we're done today, you're gonna send us a
Yeah, 'cause we've been making
email
changes
with a new, okay. All right. Well, we've kind of just not really looked at, so.
stop bill.
Neil Lambert in an open position. This one?
That's what we pulled from last year. That was last
Neil
year's.
had not changed. Brandon Neal had not changed. Because I had him in here as part-time, so is he not part-time anymore? He's full-time?
I've got out to the side part-time.
Okay. So I did not change him because
seasonal, we're part-time.
Yeah.
That what Brendan Neal is a seasonal
I think he,
part-time, or is he
Listed here is,
well, last year he was seasonal. Now he's part-time all year round. But
On her,
because there's more than one position.
yes, we would typically hire 2 seasonal, work them for 8 months, rather than making them part-time and working them all year. We just moved them.
what's the difference?
Seasonal and part-time?
Well, I mean, I know what the difference there, but why you would,
She was
What
able to
was the
utilize
advantage?
them throughout the year, so like when Christmas lights and
Right.
instead of not having them at all during the winter months.
yeah. So they are part-time?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said we didn't make them part-time, but. So we have 2? Mm-hmm. So is the document she gave us, we already have 2? Because it says add 1 part-time employee would make 2 part-time instead of 2 seasonal.
Yes.
Right, so right now
So
there's.
we have that already. Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
mean, it's either the part-time or the seasonal. Brandon Neal is now part-time, not seasonal.
Okay.
So Lambert and Neal are the 2 part-time.
I don't think,
I don't think there's an open position.
yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I mean, based on,
Lambert is seasonal, not part-time?
I think,
This says seasonal.
I don't think she even works for us anymore. Mariah Lambert. Is she the one that, yeah, I don't think Lambert is, she's not, I think we hired her and then she had an issue or something, and so I think what Brittany was asking for is, I think you guys made the approval to move the seasonal to a part-time, just one of them. And so she's wanting to move the other one to a part-time position, but I believe it's still vacant.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I asked, and I think she answered monetarily, it's the same. It's just what you're calling them,
Correct.
part-time versus seasonal.
Yep.
When we say under on that, that's only on an annual basis, right? Or does that mean that we have a hourly?
It's just on hourly, yeah. Which is only 14 cents.
Right, and right now,
Oh.
Brandon is in what you're looking at right now at $12, not at $12.14. So if you want me to change it to $12.14, I
Yeah,
can.
we only did that on full-time.
Right.
Okay. No. Okay. Man, this is harder when it's in a format like this and not just taking our format and putting another number in there.
like mower. Repair, I wonder, does the mower, that she had requested, would it be within that mower repair, or would it be separate? Oh, wait a minute. Well,
I believe her mower is for a new mower.
it's for what?
And on this, the 11,000 is for a new mower.
But is that, so the day use parks mowing would not include that in it, right?
I believe that's, is there a contract?
Or would the,
That's the contract with my, Atkins.
okay. We put all his contract in parks?
Yep, the mowing.
So here's one of the biggest ones, I guess, if that's what we're gonna. So like the supplies, we have $47,000 budgeted. What was spent?
They've spent 26,166 as of right now. They have an open purchase order for 22,000. So there's only 5,000 remaining in that line.
Oh.
So they've spent all but $5,000 of it right now.
What's the purchase order?
Let me see. It's not one, it's a bunch. Let's see. All of those there on the screen. Too many to even count. I'd say about 25 of them. And it's various things. Let's see if there's a way for me to load that up. Yeah, there we go. Looks like the biggest things are a street light pole repair for 5,500, commercial grade fridge for 4,300, cleaning supplies to 1,100, pro mound pitching mound 1,600. Lift for electrical repair, street lights, electrical labor parts. Throw in a few other ones like the pond pump, soccer field paint.
Okay, so I didn't write my this in my notes, but actually I do have. Were all of the requests that were on there on top of what we budgeted last year? Because I have, like on the walking trail resurfacing, out of the $50,000 line, or 47,000, I guess, which is that supplies. No. Improvements, sorry. Parks mowing and improvements, day use parks mowing and improvements.
Yeah, here's my notes on that, because I have notes on the same thing you're talking about. My
Okay.
notes say, park improvement projects and maintenance, keep it $50,000 each year. To repair sections of the walking trail, $15,000 at a time. Plus, rest of the $50,000 for playground maintenance and other
Oh.
maintenance. So she wanted to keep it at $50,000, and because in the past, it's been much lower than that. And
Okay,
her
my fault.
justification was
Yeah.
playground equipment, other maintenance, and wanting to do 15 grand per year over the next several years of paving.
Yeah, that's my fault.
Repaving,
I
walking
said
trail.
day use parks, but it's the county park improvement projects maintenance line. Right, yeah.
County park improvement line.
So that's not an additional request.
No, I believe that that is just a justification for keeping that line at $50,000 instead of
Oh, okay.
reducing it
I
back
gotcha.
to what it was in prior years.
Okay.
So the walking trails that she's got indicated on this sheet here is already built into the county park and improvement projects, maintenance.
That is my understanding, yes,
Okay.
is that's the reason she wants to keep it at 50,000.
Yeah, that's what I
Is
have.
that is one of the reasons,
Yeah.
is my understanding.
Do you have in your notes on the mower and the Ranger, those are above and beyond the budget,
I
right?
believe, yes, it's because out to the side I wrote needs at least one mower, and then down at the bottom I said current mowers, one leased, will renew, two operational, one horrible condition. And then Ranger, I'll say the same thing, need at least one. In my notes down at the bottom says current Rangers, 3 out of commission, 3 high mileage and needing work.
Okay. Would I have something about FEMA in here on the Rocky Point dock. We talked about that, I know, but 10,000 is something that can carry over from Birmingham that hadn't got done, so that takes care of that, right?
So that is in this line, in day use parks, maintenance and supplies, this 20,000. My note here says Birmingham Boat Dock was not completed in fiscal year 19, or fiscal year 22.
Yeah,
So
so
I
it's
left it.
4670.
They're both gonna be carried over.
20 is what's in there.
Rocky Point also? Is that what you're saying?
Rocky Point
Or
was a
just
new one, so
Birmingham?
no, I just included, again, this is exactly the current year's budget, but put into this next year's column. So if you want to make any changes to anything, now, now's the time.
Yeah, the Birmingham boat dock and ramp are carryover.
I gotcha.
The Rocky Point would be, it needs a new replacement, is not the way I read this.
And the Birmingham boat dock is right there in the 20,000, and then the boat ramp is in the road department, so we'll get to it when we get down to the road department. I'll double check while we're talking about it and make sure it's in there.
That Rocky Point dock is in horrible condition. Something will have to be done on it for sure.
Yeah, I have it in the road. We'll see it when we get down to it.
So what's our, Brad, what's the mowing contract piece of the mowing and improvements, you know?
18.5, I think.
Okay.
Something about.
Let me look and see what we paid out of there. We also pay our Mako dumpsters out of that line, but let me pull and see what
Okay.
all we paid out of there.
No. It's
No.
it's Waste Path now.
Yes, waste path.
Yeah, which it
I didn't
was
change-
Mako.
I didn't
Yep.
change-
Mako.
Yeah.
Yes.
Change it
Would you
to
like
Mako.
Good.
Change my.
public slap of the hand
I'm so
on
sorry.
that?
Let me change my notes here. That way, next year I won't say Mako again. All right.
He was 18,000 is his yearly bid. Which I would encourage the court next year to look at having the inmates do the judicial building again. I know at the beginning of the spring, they came out without asking and started mowing. And I was like, whoa, we've already awarded that bid to a vendor. We can't take that back. So that's the way it was done before. So I would,
Give it back,
I would,
take it off. the-
yeah, I would
or
suggest
hope
you.
that it's taken off the bid.
Yep. Because, I mean, that one's, I think it's outlined to get mowed once a week, and it's pretty big, so it's a pretty big chunk of that contract. So just make a note of that next year.
Right here.
Looks like we pay Lane's Mobile John out of there. We pay Waste Path. We've pay Atkins out of there. Cole Lumber came out of there. Norwood Electric.
So 10,000 of other and 18,000 essentially of the mowing. I guess the reason I'm asking is, and I don't guess I thought to ask this the other day, but that $20,000, I wonder if that is inside that 47,000 for day use. If it's 18,000 plus another 10 from, rental lanes and waste path, then is that 20,000 built into the 47? Or is this $20,000 request additional?
And this current year, it was additional. If you're talking about the Birmingham, if you're talking about the
Rocky Point's
I'm not, I'm talking about Rocky Point, not Birmingham.
well, I mean.
It is?
The only thing carry over is Birmingham.
Well, no, I get that from the last one. I'm just saying, if we kept the 47,000, if we kept the mowing and improvement line at 47,000, would it cover mowing and, the waste path and that kind of stuff, plus this $20,000 dot?
My notes from fiscal year 21 say that the 19.5 for mowing, almost $10,000 for mobile johns.
Other.
For the johns, and then now the dumpster. So I'm thinking that 47 does not include anything else except for those three things.
Well, why is it only at 28,000 right now then?
Well, that was this time last year. But where it's at right now, we just talked about that. It is,
What was the Birmingham?
I thought you just told me it was 28,000.
I might have, I'm sorry. As soon as I say
What's
something,
the
I forget.
difference of where it's at now?
I'm sorry. I move on to the next thing. Let's see. Hold on. I'll come and go back.
Well, it's
I've already
close.
clicked away from it. Hold on just a second. And then it's giving me the please wait sign.
Available budget, 18,000.
This should be right. Available budget should be 18,000 if this is
Yeah, you got it
updated
right
way.
there, 28.8.
Yes. 18 is available.
You see what I mean?
Has, the Birmingham boat dock 17.8?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that's,
If that was the intention, then it got,
2,000.
it was double budgeted because
Oh.
with the note is in the other line. It isn't in a whole nother line.
Yeah.
Here's the notes of what we did this last year. And that's my little note to the side. Birmingham and Buckhorn were in its own little line.
yeah. So I'm gonna circle that. And
I guess
ask.
it is, she did not come back and say it wasn't. It was in her notes that Buckhorn was not completed.
Now, the Rocky Point boat dock, she makes a note that it's currently a 12 by 16, which to redeck it would be 6,000 versus a brand-new dock.
Yeah.
That's a $14,000 difference in keeping it at a 12 by 16.
I don't know if that 6,000 includes it or not, but there's some structural damage there too. The walkway broke loose from the piers that it attached to. So just kind of be a question for her maybe.
Yeah, she doesn't mention, all she mentions is the redecking,
Redeck.
or replacement, 20 foot to 16, or 16 to 20.
And you said it's decking? I'll text her and see if she gets back to me.
Either a new dock replacement, which is 20 grand, an upgrade to 12 by 20, or the current 12 by 16.
Are you texting
Redecking.
her, Eric?
Yeah, I'm texting her right now.
Ask her if that included the structural repairs on that, please.
Monty, are you saying keeping it at 47, if the carryover stays in that 47, are you saying addition to the carryover, keeping it at 47?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering is if the carryover that we have is going to take care of what we've already committed to, if we kept it at 47,000, would it do what we need to as far as mowing and improvements and also take care of Rocky Point dock? Because, I mean, if we've spent to date 28,000 of the 47 so far, to me, it feels like that it could, at a minimum, the $6,000, but potentially even a new dock. Does that make sense?
The Birmingham carryover is 27,000.
Yeah, but it was separate. But it was not in this 47,000 though. It was a separate line item. So it's not, that 47 that we committed to last year did not include Birmingham.
Right, it has its.
It has its
According
own
to my
line.
notes, there's a line for 20,000 to cover Birmingham and Buckhorn.
Yeah.
Buckhorn.
So it,
Buckhorn.
it actually, that carryover really has nothing to do with that 47.
So it's an addition.
As far as the 47, I think 5,600 of it is going towards waste bath. And then, so that's 5,600. And then, looks like 20,000 for mowing. Is that still the case?
18.
18.
Okay.
We bid that out. So
And 9,600 for potties? So you're talking about 33,200?
Okay.
So let's say 35,000. I wrote the word potties on the budget, so I guess I could change that if you want me to. Potties. 33.2,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So
we
maybe
won't have
35
to-
to be safe.
We won't have to spend as much as we did last year because we pulled them from
is
Buckhorn, I think.
Most
Because
potties? No,
they
there's
kept
less
knocking them
potties now.
over.
Because people were abusing the potties, right?
so we would have to bid that. When do we
And it's a professional service, so we don't need to bid it, but
contract so annual?
I'm pretty sure it's one of those renewable.
So it's
Yeah.
as each party.
Yep.
Mobile John, is that better?
Mm-hmm.
So that, okay, so that's 3320 that comes out of that. Anything else comes out of that line?
There's a little odds and ends, I guess, of actual day use park improvements that they've had to do, like, going to the hardware store and.
Yeah,
and-
I mean, it would probably
Lumber
get it
store
from
and-
the 33.2 to the 35 that you said. So there's still about $12,000 left.
She paid for some lights out of there at some point, I think. It's what I was seeing when I was reading it off.
I don't know. It won't, like I said, I mean, I don't think it'll do the whole thing, but I guess my question is just, would it do? If we decided to do the redecking, if we assume that it also takes care of the structural piece of it, let's just assume that $6,000 does that, and you could take it out of that 47 without having to add it to anything. I mean, it,
She texts back, she said that she will double check and see what it includes.
okay. It's circled. And the Miracle League's a carryover. Correct? Is that a carryover that we had committed to last year and we just haven't used it?
Yes.
This is, the quote for Birmingham Point. Trying to see here. This is the dock. 17.8. Rocky Point options, there's 3 options ranging from 22.7, 28.4, and 25.5. So option 1 on a 12 by 16 is a redeck fixed 60-foot walkway, through flow decking $5,400, dispose of old dock $500, install new 4 by 20-foot ramp, through low decking $4,200, install new 12 by 16 floating platform dock $10,800, install protective heavy-duty gas bumpers $1,800. It's a standard strip bumper included in the platform dock price. Option 2 changes a 12 by 16 to install 12 by 20, which is $15,100. And install protective heavy-duty gas bumpers $3,200 for a total of $28,400. And then option 3.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. This confuses me even more, actually, now that I'm sitting here looking at it. Don't you think, is the 6,000 that she is saying is the first 2, like option 1, 2, and 3, or let's just say option 1 and 2, the first 2 lines of it you could do, and that, you know what I mean? Or you do that, or you install new. That's the way that I'm thinking it, right?
Yeah.
So you either redeck 60-foot walkway, through flow decking, $5,400, and dispose of the old dock for $5,000, which is $5,900, or you install new.
Yes.
Is that what you?
Yeah. Her notes on the front is a new dock replacement is $20,000.
Right.
Or you can just redeck the existing at $6,000.
But I do think I think feels like that the answer to that includes the walkway, which was your concern, right?
Well, it's broke loose, yes.
Brittany said that, I guess she called this Amanda lady at the Twin Lakes Mooring, and she said that they were to see structural repairs that needed to be done when they got the old decking taken off, they would give us a price then. She did say that if Jimmy gave the option of redecking, that most likely means he felt like the frame and structure itself was okay, but there are things that become more evident when they actually start the work. So the short answer is no, the structural repairs would be additional if they find them that need to be done.
Unless they fixed it, it was tore loose when I was down there last
like-
few times.
You know, starting work on a house and you pull the wall off and you find that you have.
The dock's tore loose from here at the bank. It's just temporary. Unless somebody's fixed it since I've been down.
Why don't we make a note?
Yeah, I've got it
And-
circled already.
Yeah. And we
get to the end. Because that'll.
I'll go back down there.
Okay. Anything else on parks? Other expenses?
So we're doing a worst case scenario on interest payment.
Yes.
We got that $2.5 million yet? No.
They like to announce it. But writing that
I just
check
thought
is a
I
little
would.
bit different.
I just thought
I am
I'd throw
telling
that
you.
in at the end of the
I'm
meeting for
telling
you, buddy.
I'll know, he sat there, he said, statutorily, we have to cut that check. Well, we're about to find out.
Well, have they received? We don't know whether they've received it or not at the state.
If they make an announcement,
You would assume.
you would assume they cut it. But,
Yeah, I got you.
yeah, that's why we went with the worst case scenario there in that
Okay.
line. I'm not gonna, I mean, there's really, I don't know how else to handle that, other than the worst case scenario. Just from, going off of what took place in Eastern Kentucky. I mean, they were 8 months in. That's close to a full year. Let's see. State auditors. We will have our own auditors this budget year. County insurance. Membership dues. Registration, conferences, and training fees. Go down to 9,200. Investments, water, broadband, sewer, and grants.
What is? What is that specific? Or
That is where in the past the bond money, of course, has lived. So my assumption was that Jonathan Creek would finish up their project by June 30th. I'm going to assume that probably isn't going to happen, as we get closer. So that may change as far as carryover, what's left of that for them to finish off their project. So what is in that line is it is the 711 school reimbursement that we received. 711,000. It's $1 million, the Port Authority money, minus 26,000 we've already spent on our portion of the Pad Ready site. That's where you all had decided it would come from, was the Port Authority money. And then the third section of it that makes it up is in the last budget amendment that we did a month ago, we amended in money into the reserve line, so that's still there, and it was 295,000. And if you remember, what made that up was like the clerk's excess fees, the House Bill 556 money that we got as a reimbursement for the jail that we had not budgeted in. There was like a Keiko dividend check in there. We got some pauper burial money back. There's a couple little things, but the two big things were the excess fees and the House Bill money. So that's what makes that up, minus, like I said, Southwest Wind Pad Ready site, our portion that was not covered by that KED reimbursable grant. You guys had chosen to fund that this year out of the Port Authority. Of course, it's not finished by the year end, so we had to carry that amount over. So that's what's left there.
is it?
So is it essentially on the estimate receipt, or the receipt side, is it the balance or off balance of 4901? Or the second piece of 4901, the cash balance, July 1
The cash
investments?
balance of investments, yes,
Yeah.
it matches with this, except for it's off
Except
by
for
the
that.
amount that has to cover our portion of the pad ready site.
Right, okay. All right.
One thing to keep in mind too, we know that the infrastructure dollars are going to become available, but I don't think what we know is there going to be a match to those grant dollars? If there's a match,
You're talking about like the 350 for broadband and
broadband,
all that.
water, if there's any match, that's why it's labeled that way. So that's
Yeah.
really, when you look through here, that's one area where there's, well, not right now.
Okay.
Health insurance, administrative fees. I think most of these, unemployment insurance, workers' comp insurance, retirement expense allowance match, which we did have a few part-time that were worked more than the 100 hours. Therefore, because of the retirement standards, we have to carry, you've got a fiscal and an annual year. So I think the end of June is when we'll find out on one of them.
Yep.
But then there's another one that is at the jail. That we had a part-time. That's the biggest thing with a part-time, is if you work them, if they're not managed and they're worked more than 100 hours, then KPPA is going to ding us. And if it's, I forget, their formula is not very easy when you're talking about an annual budget cycle compared to a fiscal calendar or fiscal year. Employee vacation payout, drug-free workplace expenses, wellness program expenses, employer-paid life insurance, retirement allowance for payout.
I did increase that this year because I know that there will be somebody who's retiring in July, that their gross payout alone is over $25,000.
And we have talked about the unfunded liabilities. Last, was it $500,000?
I feel like it was my first year actually doing the budget, so we were working on the 2021 budget. And when we pulled those reports, you know, if we had to pay out everyone's vacation and comp that they were owed, at the time, it was over $500,000 in gross. I can't remember, was that gross or was that everything?
No, I
Matching-
think
or
that was
matching
just-
everything? Gross?
I think it might have been just gross. So,
Okay.
because we were just looking at it as like, hey, we didn't really put pen to paper on it. We just wanted to have it as a conversation.
Right.
And without going to it directly, but I think we budget for payout. It's not even close really, but what was it, 24, what was the amount?
Current year?
Yeah, what we
It's
budget.
25.
So we budget 25.
Yeah, this year. This was the first year we've budgeted something and we budgeted
Yeah.
25. And of course, it's on here at 60. And that maybe you don't want it to be 60 next year, knowing that one of them alone is 25 grand plus. I mean, that's not the only person retiring. Wasn't somebody sitting over here saying there was more people retiring?
It was road department.
But we had asked, when we had our
Yeah.
sit-down, we had asked, department heads, do they have an idea of anybody that's going to
retire, and there were several that were identified.
They're not counted in that, that they were not one of the people. The 25 grand is not one of the people that we knew about. It was from somebody who didn't come to the budget meeting. So there may be more.
Did, what did we use this year, just out of curiosity?
I don't believe that we've actually used much of it at all
I was
yet.
thinking, we talked about that
However,
the
I
other
think that
day.
there has been a couple of retirements where it has been carried in the department's normal
That's
budget
weird.
line, so I may have to transfer out of it so that that line does not be negative by the end of the year.
All right.
No, yeah, we have not. Did that make sense what I just said?
Yeah, this doesn't make sense.
Okay. No, we haven't used anything out of it yet, but that's because we've let the department cover it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So that's what I'm saying. So
Okay.
at the end of that last paycheck, I'll see which departments need help covering where somebody's retired, and I'll pull it out of there.
Gotcha.
Or I'll bring it to you all and let you help me, have me pull it out of there.
Okay.
Road Department. Just looking at my notes here or what was presented to us, I think they are anticipating one possibly retiring. Yeah, they didn't have much of a payout on that one. 6,500 is what I put, yeah. So if we're looking at the need, basically what they were looking at is last year's budget plus salt, striping, training and culverts, but I wonder if some of that's in the.
And also paving, don't forget, because it's.
Huh?
You remember what they had prepared for paving? Costs per whatever of asphalt had
Going
gone
up.
up, yeah.
What was the
Or
bids?
however it's measured.
Did you go ahead and change, yeah, the 670 versus 607?
Yeah, no, I have not changed that. I didn't know if that was the direction you wanted to go, or if you guys wanted to go, or if you wanted to choose fewer roads, or I'll change it however you tell me to change it.
Well, I think since we're doing this and trying to figure out what to do from there, I think it makes sense to use the 670 and then have to figure out from there, doesn't it?
85 a ton.
I mean,
Talking about starting with 670, what he said?
use their figure and then we have to deal because then we have our, just like anything else, then we're having to go back after that, but I'd rather use the 670 and have to figure out if you have to cut than not be realistic, because, I mean, obviously 607 ain't gonna get it.
Well, 607 would only get us,
Well, yeah, I mean, we'd have to cut something, yeah. Do we have the other one in there, though? The 283. Do we pass that through flex fund, don't we?
Yes. And I believe it's
Oh,
right
state
here.
paid paving.
Yep, so it's actually over what they're saying here, 283, 936.80.
Yeah. Is there something else in there in that 327? Or is state
It's
paid?
just this year.
only
moved to
flex?
next year. And
Okay.
I don't have notes on why we put it at 320 last year. It may have had flex and 80/20 money. Because that's it's only what, 20 and, no, it's only 50.
So the question is,
I could try to dig up
is
my
this
old
only,
notes from prior year.
do we only, I guess the question for Nicole is, do we only budget for the flex? I mean, I'm assuming.
wasn't there a, well, I think I might be getting confused, but didn't Michael tell us that there was an increase? Because
They put us in a different, he's done that the last couple of years where they send you something and then, but we're able to get a higher percentage. And does he not know that until after the budget? I can't remember.
we typically get, we should have gotten it.
There you go. So we just have the, okay. So-
737.
Okay.
So it's a $30,000 increase.
Well, but it's like 70,000 more than what Roy and Nicole have on this flex fund total. So does that,
320, 327?
no, I'm talking about on their summary of paving. It shows flex fund paving total 283. Something. What's that?
283, 936.
Yeah. I mean, that 70,000 would be the difference. And I guess
Lori, what is that? Who's that email from that you just read? Snap that. and
oh,
get
it's
paper.
the
Yeah, please forward it to me so I'll have it.
it's those two projects. So we would it would take care of those projects, and then we'd have to find another.
Thank you.
Those two haven't been done yet, have they? Lamb and Steamboat.
Liam has it.
Okay. Why does it say state flex money 2021?
Because it was supposed to happen. What did he explain that to me?
Yeah, it took,
We're supposed supposed to do that last year. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a pass-through anyway. Whatever they use, we're gonna find something to use it for. But we're gonna use the higher, the 350, whatever.
370.
Okay, so are we gonna? We haven't really done this for the other ones necessarily, but are we gonna go ahead and add the salt in just to see what we're gonna need?
Just the salt?
Well, no.
What?
And the great oil and
So on culverts, reckon that's 120 plus the 100 that we budgeted last year? You think it's $120,000 additional?
No, I wrote a note above it, needs to be set at. So when she was presenting that, they need culverts to be 120,000.
Versus what it
Just need to
what
increase by 20, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
it needs to be set at 100.
so it's not 1 plus 120, it's a 120 total.
Oh, was that a change you wanted me to make on this document, or are we just discussing right now?
I mean, culverts to me is one of those things, of course, we've had some issues
To have coal.
with that you're gonna end up paying more in the long run.
Go out to Waller Cemetery Road. See what kicking the can down the road does.
My suggestion would be add it, circle it.
At it,
One thing
double star.
I just saw, where did I see it? The Southwest One DRA project. If we're gonna submit for DRA, we need to show that as a potential coming in.
And it will cover, remind me which project the DRA will cover.
That's gonna be a combination of the invest prep, in case the invest prep doesn't get approved. You got the alternate entrance, the signage. It's just the alternate entrance.
So we don't have that on either side. We don't have
Right.
that on a receipt side or an expense side right now.
Right. Says the entrance. Does it have the, $447. Okay, yes. I just saw that in here, Southwest One DRA project paving. That was previous years where we got Delta Regional Authority monies for the boulevard.
So were you all telling me to change paving to 670, but us come back to it? Or was it, we were just talking about culverts? Change culverts, but us come back to it?
No, I think we said to change it to what they had on their estimate, whatever that.
Increase it about 20
Okay,
to 120.
okay.
Same thing with striping. He's not talking about 15 on top of the 10. He's talking about adding 5 to that.
Say that again.
Correct.
So striping is at 10,000 in the current budget. They're not saying from 10 to 25. They're just saying from 10 to 15, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
That's the note I made.
You said you increased paving to 670.
670 and 91. I made it exactly what he had on his paper, $91.
Where's his training line? Can't find, I don't
Is
see anything.
02-6103 5740. It's probably like 8 down.
Oh, I got you. 2,800. So it's, again, because of the new bucket truck, is that the way or,
That's the way I took it.
so it's an additional 2,200, not, would be like 5,000.
What else?
Is that it on the road department?
I didn't make changes to striping or training.
Yeah.
Was that discussion, should I make these changes or no?
Yeah.
Correct, salt is not in there.
Oh. Do the worst case scenario. I mean, it's at 20 now. They're requesting 150.
Oh, no, it's at 0 now.
Oh, I'm on sign materials. Sorry. Half of it, 75,000. Numbers keep adding up. We have not subtracted in a while.
No. And what was the consensus on striping and training before I forget and we get away from it?
It's at 2,500, right?
28, I think.
28.
Training's at 2,800.
So it's going up 2,200. 2,200. Did you say training or striping?
Both of the,
Yeah.
both, we've talked about both of them, but I didn't
Striping's
make any
at-
changes. So do
Striping's
I
at
need to make
10.
changes to those two things?
So
Anytime you pave, you got to stripe.
go to 15.
Okay.
So.
The only other change from what you're looking at from last year to this year, besides what we just talked about in the boat, is the you'll see the equipment line is now 0 because the bucket truck was purchased. And that's what that was for in the prior year.
Awkward silence. Are we
I'm still looking at,
the road?
well, yeah, the road department. Did he say you had a tractor going down or needed a tractor or Kubota?
My note says tractor need regardless, 170,000. Kubota or Great All, either or. 2 more tractors in the next 1 to 2 years, one on top of this tractor that is also being asked for. On top of this. So 2 more tractors in the next 1 to 2 years that are gonna go down on top of the tractor that they're asking for.
I asked about a lease.
Was he supposed to check on the lease?
Yeah, he was going to check on that. I think for some reason I have $60,000 down, and I don't know if that was just a guess.
It was. I think we just took the term.
Yeah,
that they were
just
gonna-
kinda-
and just divided it out into a lease payment.
Over 8 years.
Yep.
Do we need to have him, fine with that, or do we want him to get a more direct lease amount?
I mean, I would think he could get something like. I mean, he may have. I don't remember if we fully directed, "Hey, get us a."
No,
I don't think we did we?
But I mean, we can,
Yeah.
wanna,
Tractor or Great All you're referring to?
is that on the tractor?
I think so because the Great All wasn't as much, was it?
No, the Great All's more.
Great All was almost a half.
Oh, well, which one did we figure it on?
Tractor's 170.
Kubota, you mean?
The Kubota's an excavator. They had to haul
Oh.
Trailer. They spend as much time running up and down the road with it as it would use it.
Yeah, yeah. Was it because we don't have a trade-in? We didn't have a trade-in, is that why? It says total trade-in allowance, but then. Well,
Radar?
yes. Because the price on it was $425,000. And then it shows, those two for a trade-in allowance of 279.6. I mean, a trade-in allowance of 146, which leaves us with 279.6. So we wouldn't have come up with $60,000 a year on that. That's why I'm thinking, would we?
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
I mean, the grade all is 425. I mean, that'd be divided over 8 years for one payment.
Well, I know it's 425, but there's a trade-in
trade-in.
allowance. That's what I'm saying. I think they put a trade-in allowance on there, and we're not trading
reflecting
those
it.
in.
Right. I believe he said that they were keeping the one that we're still making payments on.
Yeah. Yeah. Like they put it in there without not knowing that we weren't going to trade that
Okay.
in. I think that's right. I don't remember. I don't have my notes.
Hydraulics. That's the case, let her go.
I believe that's the one that he has in here that's the 2005 is the one that the hydraulics, the shaving.
Yeah,
and
it's
the
the grade all.
hydraulics. Not the
Films
2017.
of it. Put it on Gov Deals.
Yeah.
Try that first, because we can deny it, right?
Yeah, Jason needs to do that with his Jeep. I mean, only if you don't buy it first. You get the first opportunity.
Joey likes to say he wants things, but then he doesn't ever. We won't tell him that though.
All right, he says he's gonna try.
Okay.
All right. Is that pretty much for the road department? Let's see. Road department under 7420, host agreement and hazmat one. We got that at 80,000. We've only got about really 2 good years since we made the changes.
What's our current number on that, Erica?
120. I can't remember if 120 is what I'm estimating it will be, or if it currently is at 120. Let me look and see.
I think it was, we estimated 120, and I think it's at 120. Or no, we did 60.
We're at 125, and we should have one more payment. Let's see how they come in. Let me take the dates out of here. I don't have further back.
And we're required to spend that. Just, it's not other than it just goes to roads.
Yeah, so it's cleanup, paving, hazardous response, which hazmat one, we agreed to support Now, Hazmat 1 is not going to come in and do a cleanup. Hazmat 1 will come in and identify if there is contamination. So they basically got the equipment to come in and say, yep, there's some bad stuff leaching through the landfill. But it's for paving roads and cleaning the sideways, right-of-ways and stuff. We can't take it and go put it at the animal shelter.
Right.
Now, we could articulate that the tractor cleans or mows our right-of-ways. I mean, there's obviously, that's why we put it in the road department. We want to make sure that those monies go to the road department.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's just passed through.
So we are at 125,000 right now, and there should be one more payment in June that has not arrived yet. So, take that as you will. The first payment was 37,000. The second two payments were 43,000.
And we increased it about 20 grand just because it was still fairly new. We haven't seen a long-term cyclic number, if you will. All right.
When we talked at the last budget meeting, we had talked about the jail as far as the work paper that Brad provides that has the over-under in their designated category title, and they were not on there. You all had asked me about that, and I said I'd get with Brad. So
Since the one that I sent you all has it on there, I met with Roger Friday, and we went through them together. And and obviously these are all coming by recommendation from him, but I felt they were appropriate placements of their category, and then also an FY23 request. You'll see that's a new column in there. Those are all pay increases that he wanted to give to his people. So,
Did he present this?
I don't know if it was ever presented in
in his
anything.
presentation, he said he wanted his deputies to make $15 an hour, and he also talked about needing another full-time position. So is that what he reflected there?
So I think his total number, probably on his first budget he brought in, reflected those increases on his pay. So then on the far right, so then there's two more columns all the way to the right on the pay scale range, or on the pay scale salary schedule. There's FY22 pay scale range. That's from last year, what you currently passed. And then the next, I put a new column that's FY23 request. It's showing you where they fall within the pay scale after I placed them in the category and increased their pay to what he requested. I don't know if it's going to be, okay, you don't have, that's the one that I sent on Friday is the one I'm referring to, this one. Yeah, with the new highlighted blue is all different. But I just wanted to make sure you all saw what last year's looked like, and then as I add the differences, where it brings people. So of the changes that he made, he brought 5 people out of the under their pay range. He still has two, which they're both, like, one of them is, performs their classes. Yeah, and so he's just part-time. The other one, I think, is part-time as well. Yeah, they just both do the classes.
Okay, so what's what's in your deputy's salaries line?
Compared to this.
Yeah.
Mine
Yeah, I
is,
don't know that we haven't
Okay,
married
these
those
are
two
not
together yet.
meshed.
That's
No.
right. That's right.
what is in this line is who was employed the day that I did this and their rates that they were employed at.
Now, not
Today.
taking
Yeah, well,
them
that day,
to.
yes. So not taking into consideration anything that Brad has presented to you for you to look at.
So what they make right now, not even the, because I was thinking that the jail folks were under,
The jail folks were not on that sheet at all,
oh, that's right.
because this year we're in is the year that the auditors came back and said they have to operate and be on there, just like everybody else.
So like on last year's salary schedule, these were all blank. There was no category, no placement of where they were.
Okay. So the 22, FY 22 would be where, if I'm hearing you right, where you and he would agree to where they fit within our scale.
The FY
Right.
20, that column that says
22.
FY 23 request.
No, the 22.
The 22
FY.
is what you all passed last year. That's where they were last year.
Oh,
Yeah. I added the column next to it to show what, or if a department, they were asking for an increase in pay.
so we know if you took this that he brought us, the 865.5, do we think that is the blue?
I'm assuming, because that's what he shared with me on Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he had it all printed out. I mean, it wasn't just something that he was like, let's do that number. He was, here's the sheet that we went off of.
Okay.
I almost say that we should ask him that because you provided him a sheet to fill out with his current employees. And when he was here, he was like, because I made a note, he said needs extra employees.
Yeah, I thought it was 4.
Right.
He didn't mention
So-
anything about adding to this list.
Well, you also
When I
gave
met
him a
with him
list of
Friday.
people who were already here, so maybe there was a disconnect in missing in the conversation there.
Yeah, I
but
think you're right. So what you're saying is that you feel like this 865.5 would include 4 new employees.
What document are you on?
the one that it looks like this is what.
That one that was brought to us during the department head. I think didn't this come from him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't recall, when he came to talk to us, I don't remember if it was when we were with you all or when we were initially meeting to gather information, but I had asked the question, if you were to have more full-time employees, would that cut back on the amount of overtime that you needed? Because there is a lot of overtime that gets worked right now, and I think the answer was no, not significantly. So, so then my question then leads into, does that amount that we're talking about is he calculating that at people working as much overtime as they're working now? Or is he calculating that at them working regular full-time hours?
I think this document includes additional employees. I really do, because, I mean, because I do think, I think it was mentioned that day, number one, but number two, if I'm just looking at, just take one of these, it's cooks, 95,000, and there are only 2 cooks on this.
Now, there is an open position in the
Well-
calculations. Even though I said earlier there are no open positions, I apologize. This was one that wasn't taken out for whether I probably overlooked it myself, and so again, I apologize. But there are 3 spots right there on the cook. In the calculations of what you're seeing that I provided you, there is an open position.
See what I'm saying, Brad? Are you looking
Yeah,
at that?
I'm-
I mean, it's
I'm doing some quick math.
38 plus 25 is not 95.
So if I did
He said it included
65,
additional.
so if I just took what he gave me and tried to back into that number, hang on, let me do one more. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I tried to calculate what he showed me for full-time employees, but I'm at like $945,000 for the year with the rates that he gave me.
But that's everybody, cooks and
Yeah,
everybody.
that's
So
everybody.
did you add the 865, the 84 secretary, the 95 cooks?
That's all of them. So add those together, and what is it?
I do have in my notes, deputy salaries include 4 new deputies.
Well, probably not this, he wants to add a maintenance person back in there, and that's not on that sheet, right? There's not a
Yes,
maintenance
it
person
is.
on it? On this that
Not-
Oh, on
Brad
Brad's?
provided?
No.
No.
Is MRT. Okay, so 1,066,000 are those. You add all those up right here. Deputy, secretary, cooks, and the MRT program.
That's what I'm getting total. Now, that's also taking in consideration what you said. These are the people that I presented. So it may have been just not anything, he wasn't looking at new people in my list.
He was looking at just who's.
Just who
here
was
now.
This does have the employees added.
Right.
those same categories of people, 1,066,000. So $62,000 more is what he's asking, more than
presented.
what I've calculated. So then, is that 60, so then the question is that 66,000, right, are they raises? So what's the count of people?
On what I have,
25, 23?
29, that's all the cooks, that's all the part-time people, that's his whole staff on the salary schedule.
Okay, take out part-time people. How many?
That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
So if
23.
you're talking about 23 full-time people, then that'd be $2,800 per person. And we say there's 40 full-time hours in a year. So that'd be $1.41 per person if you were looking at it like that and not as if he was gonna hire more people. Is that what has he said $1.41 per person,
Oh, no,
right?
no,
Or
no.
anything like that?
It's
He did say he wanted them set at $15, so what are most people's pays currently?
They're, I mean, it depends, like, one went from 1826 to 1979. One of them was $13 to $15. So, I mean, it's not like a dollar or
So it's
something.
not straight across the board?
No.
So the answer is here, that this math doesn't it doesn't make sense.
Right.
So my thought is that in this, that he provided you all when he came here, that there's not math behind this, that this is just probably the people he has currently now, plus hiring some extra employees, not with consideration of putting people in the pay scale in which they belong.
Right, and at that time, he didn't. You know, not until we sat down and talked, this, when he put them in there.
All right. We're not going in a positive direction. So let's look at this in a realistic way here. We have to have some serious discussions on the jail, in my opinion, or else we're just going to keep digging a hole. For right now, the numbers that we have, why don't we move on, because it's only going to get worse as we continue to go forward. But why don't we go on, I mean, like, where are we sitting at right now? Because I know it's a lot more than,
Is your question, where are we sitting between the receipts and where we're at with the
yes.
budget?
We can't kick this can down the road. We've got to have some serious discussions.
$826,000 from it, but balancing.
And
we
that's
haven't gotten to
without this?
It's without that, which he's requested like
Uh,
$700,000 more, and then I believe the sheriff's department has about close to $1 million more of needs that they have submitted. We haven't got to them yet.
I asked, might as well stay on the jail. I asked Roger to put a budget together reflected off of his revenue, statutory requirements, and payroll. He put a budget together. His revenue was 1.6 million, $1,640,000, $500, I believe. Statutory requirement, jail, Social Security, retirement, employment insurance, life insurance, HR, all that's required. That was left off. Just when I sat down with him, me and Erica, and what he put together was matched $1,640,000, but it did not have the statutory requirement dollars. It did have cleaning supplies, jailer, pest control, other items that weren't statutory or payroll. What I was trying to do is to show him what his operational cost for the jail on 1.6 million is. If you look at the payroll and the statutory requirements, it doesn't go far. We had, in the year of 2021, I had Brad do some numbers. If you guys remember last year, I asked him what his rate that he charges other counties, inmates, to be housed in our county jail. He said here 28, but I think it turned out to be 26. So Graves County, Caldwell County, Lyon County, there's another county.
Livingston, Caldwell, Graves,
Livingston.
Line.
Those county inmates that are housed in our county jail, just in 2021, the average rate per inmate, it doesn't matter if you're a state inmate, one of our own inmates that come through our court system, or an inmate coming from another county, the average cost per day was $34.99. $26 doesn't even cut it. So as a taxpayer, I get a little rubbed the wrong way when I'm paying for other counties' inmates. When the citizens in those counties, they're paying the same taxes we are, should be paying for their inmates. And obviously we all know that the state increased the pay from $31, $34 to $35. But when your average on the state inmate, or the average per day is $34.99, that's not really taking in consideration the facilities. I think he just sent us all an email with the boiler. We don't even know what the cost of the boiler is going to be. The infrastructure expenses that we've been paying, all those numbers, and I don't have it in front of me, but all those costs, no insurance, no utilities, no fuel, PTO, vacation, sick, comp time, repairs, administrative costs to do payroll, HR, and audit. All those costs are not included in this average day. So it's more than $34.99 a day. My point is that it's, in jails don't make a revenue. That 1.6 is not a revenue. It's basically a number. We have state inmates, we have our local inmates, and then we have contracts with other counties. There was no effort last year in the budget workshops to increase that $26 to cover our true expense. And for that matter, why do we even take those inmates in? It's not a revenue for us. It's just a complete expense. And as I'm sitting here and we're just digging a hole We got to stop. We've got to have some tough discussions. Trying to remember, the 1.6 million in revenue that is from the state, again, it doesn't cover our cost that we pay annually for the jail. There's no silver answer here, but obviously a discussion is warranted as far as what we're going to do moving forward. And I don't think you've put those numbers together with the no insurance.
No,
the
to
utilities.
clarify, yes, exactly what Judge is saying. When he asked me to come up with this per inmate per day charge, I could only capture what is coded to his department right now. So it does not include utilities, which Corey just made a comment when we were talking about utilities in other county buildings. The jail is very expensive in utilities. It doesn't cover utilities. It doesn't cover any portion they have of unemployment. They are one of the largest departments, so they have one of the highest number of employees. So our unemployment insurance, a big portion of what it is because of them, because they have proportionally more employees. You got to talk about our contents and buildings insurance, auto. I don't know how much they use of as far as fuel and lease and all that, but I could probably find that information for you for as far as fuel and stuff. Our life insurance, our internet down there, you know, again, they're a big department, so they take a big chunk of mine and Desiree's time. You're just not recouping those costs when we have other county inmates, other counties inmates and or state inmates. It's not covering that. And Judge has asked me to try to get to that for you, but for me to give you that true cost, dollar cost, I would need direction on how you want me to allocate those things. How would I allocate the percentage of time that HR or the treasurer's office or IT spends there or our maintenance guys spend there to really know what to charge another county? I mean, we can't send a bill to the state to say pay us more to them. They pay us what they pay us. So,
Okay, but that being said, and I understand where you're coming from, but if I'm looking at this, I don't disagree that it needs to be more, don't get me wrong. But of the usual breakdown of the population, if our county, or if the county versus state is somewhere in the 55-45, you know, or somewhere in that, I think I'm looking at this month's that they just sent, and it's 48%. Of that 48%, though, probably 80% of that are our own counties.
right. So when you look at the breakdown.
So that one, we can't
Yeah, so
recoup.
if we want to have a real cost of what our cost is for our inmates, and you know, we have to have these discussions to where let's make that expense what our inmates cost us. If we're going to have an expense, because we don't have a revenue, we have an expense. So if it's, you know, when you look at this breakdown, I know 54, 52, and 48%. Here, state inmates just in the month of July to July 1st to July 31st of 2021, state inmates 123, county inmates 137. And you'll see over time it goes like this, right? So Graves County, we had 3. Lyon County, we had 1. That's just in the month of July. When you look at August, Marsh County, we have 150. State, we have 131. Lyon County, we had 6. Graves County, we had 5. The point is, why don't we just focus on what our true expense is? See, that's what I was trying to get him to understand, is if he truly built the budget off of his revenue that he brings in by state inmates with the statutory requirement and payroll, 1.6, and he didn't even do that. He totally left off the statutory requirements. But you would see that our cost as a county for our inmates throughout the year, it's a true expense to us, right? So when we're looking at, say, 2.7 million, our true expense could be 1.5 or maybe 2 million. But that difference of 700,000 or a million shows up in our budget. Does that make sense? To cover.
I don't know.
I think, Lonnie, your
cover-
point is that even if we started charging the neighboring counties whatever our true cost is, they only make up a really small percent of the inmate population.
Yes.
It's the rest of the population is it's about half and half, our actual county inmates and state inmates. So while it would help to charge the other counties what they do really owe us, it's not going to be, they are not any piece of the pie of state inmates and our county inmates. They are the pie.
Nor do I think even if we priced our, let's say, like you said, why don't we even take them? Well, if we price ourselves out of the taking them, essentially, you could say, hey, we'll take them, but it's $40, then they'll probably just send them somewhere else. I don't know.
But that's our
if
that's our true expense. Let's just say $40 is our true expense. When we had that discussion with him last budget year, he said he had to stay competitive. What are we being competitive to see who can lose the most money? I mean, it is a real issue. If I'm a taxpayer, and we're all taxpayers, I'd rather pay 1.5 million to have the true local detention for our inmates at our true expense than to take on and chase 1.6 million, which doesn't fix our problem. It just causes more wear and tear on our facilities. It causes us to hire more people. And then we're taking on other counties' inmates. That really gets in my craw because, they're making out. We're giving other counties a better deal. Hey, bring them here and we'll pay the difference.
Okay, so I think you are, when you were talking about other counties, I thought that's all that you were talking about. You're actually talking about, hey, what if we just said no to state inmates also?
All of it.
All
and
of
just
it.
focus on our, and this is a discussion that we seriously need to have. What is our real expense for our inmates? And what does the budget look like? I mean, if it's going to be, and we talk, I'm sure you guys talk to other commissioners, I talk to judges, there are no monies in jails. None.
Agreed. Yeah.
So if we're going to have a negative, let's be 100% sure it's our county's negative,
Well,
not the state. Now, when we say state inmates, this is just on my mind before I forget. When we say state inmates, these are inmates coming from other communities that are coming to our jail that our cost is more. Why are we doing that? Why are we chasing $1 to spend $2? And so if we're really going to have a detention center for our community and it's going to be at a loss, well, I'd rather it be at, say, $1.5 million than at 2.7. And those numbers aren't exact, I'm just saying.
yeah, so that is not the analyzation, I guess, whatever you want to call it, that I did last year. All I did is take a couple of surrounding counties and look at population size and what their budgets, what their subsidies were, and was just looking at it on a similar sized, we were losing less I mean, like, you know, you're happy that you're losing less money than your neighbors are. But there was no, I certainly did not look into, okay, what's their state versus county population and get into it all that in depth, because I'm not the jailer, I'm the
Yeah,
fiscal court member, but.
you know, when you go from one extreme, you know, trying to figure out, okay, currently what we're doing, it's clearly not working.
Well, so,
Because here's the thing, when that boiler comes in, there's so much wrong with that infrastructure down there, that the unforeseen, and we're talking about housing prisoners. So if we have a facility that has a major issue, like we just had a water pipe, we were down 2 days. I mean, now we're getting into some bigger issues, and we know it. We know we've got a facility that is old. It's just a matter of time. We're just throwing money at this thing, and we're seeing it. We're seeing that as we've sat here today, the road department and their needs and wants, the parks department, their needs and wants, all these other departments, their needs and their wants, that occupational tax, that account, that's all we're dependent on. You know, to get entities off of our, you know, the subsidy off of our OTA account, I think 911 is $600,000. You know, we put a budget in place, put a fee in place so it would stand alone, and then that frees up that subsidy. But we can't stop there. We got to look at this in real numbers. If I'm going to look at this as a taxpayer and realize that county jails today are very difficult to make money. You can do it. There's some jailers that are creative, but if this is going to be a negative for us, well, then let's just make it a negative for our county inmates. I mean, obviously, we would rather have it be revenue driven, what you pay. We've got the ankle monitoring. Judge Jameson had shared, I think it was 550 days. And you got to go further than just, you know, the inmate that's sitting in the jail. If somebody doesn't pay restitution, they got a warrant for their arrest, and then the judges are throwing them in jail. Could we put them on an ankle monitor to where they can continue to work, you know? And we've even sat and looked and thought, well, if the cost to keep them out of the jail was saving us money, it may even be beneficial to where those that meet a certain financial criteria, maybe they don't have enough money, maybe they're on limited income, it may be cheaper for us to pay that for those folks to keep them out of our jail, because if we don't, it's costing us more to put them in our jail. Does that make sense? So, I mean, we have to really look at this because it's not going to stop. And if you want to go as far as what some other counties have done, other counties have absolutely went just to a transport jail. Well, this fiscal year is the time to even have that discussion, because after this year, it's another 4 years before you can have that discussion. It really is it's costing us a lot of money. And the sense of urgency, you know, when we sit down with Roger, I mean, this ain't even what we asked, so that we can have a real number. And as you can see, he didn't touch anything on the deputy salaries. Anytime you have it's just common sense. Anytime you don't take state inmates or you don't take inmates from other counties, you know, potentially you're going to have a drop in payroll. That's my 2 cents, because we've increased 800,000 from when we started? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
so the totals?
No, we're at.
At
We're at
800,000?
826 without going through any
without
more
even going-
departments.
Okay.
We haven't gone through 911, we haven't gone through the sheriff, we've got some more departments left. And the jail right now, as it stands, that paper that you have printed out, they need $1.2 million of occupational tax for that to work. And if you want to give him what he's asked for, he needs $1.5 million of occupational tax for it to work.
And that's before we even get to the sheriff, who wants 1.1? A
An
million?
additional million from last year.
Yes. I mean,
And I'm sorry, I know that you guys have probably heard boilers come out of my mouth so many times. Boilers are not on this at all. And we know that we know that's
no
happening.
capital improvements.
Before it gets cold, we know that's happening.
Give me again where you just said the 1.5, where's the 1.5?
So if you look at this paper he presented you guys in the budget workshop, his total budget that he's asking for is $2,798,000. And the receipts that we agreed on in the last budget meeting, the jail receipts are $1,262,000
Oh,
without any subsidy yet added in. So to
Yeah,
make that work, I mean,
yeah,
just do the math there. To make that
well,
work, you need
yeah,
1.5 million of occupational tax subsidy.
yeah, yeah, but there's two big pieces of that, obviously, that his budgeted receipts, as well as we didn't put the HB 556 on his.
But even if you wanted to move it into
too.
that one,
Okay, it's
I mean, that's only $100,000.
120.
I figured it's kind of like owing the bank. The
And
bank should
it's-
get paid.
yeah.
We should get paid back.
And it's just, where's the pot of money? All that means is if you take it out of the general fund's just gonna need another 120 of occupational tax subsidy.
What'd you say on his receipts for this year? This budget, coming budget year?
1,262,000.
Why am I seeing $1,640,000?
That's not, that's the ones he gave us.
You're seeing what?
$1,649,000 on what he gave us?
1,649,000. Let me see.
I think it's this one. That's $1,640,000, and I think it's off state inmate revenue.
It's exactly what we're just saying. It's the difference in what the other day when we went through receipts and came up with versus his document. That's the difference.
So page 4 of 8 is his total jail fund receipts, 1,262,000.
Page 4 of 8.
I see the thing that it's in your hand. That is what Roger provided as what he has his
You have
receipts
to look
set
at
up.
her working, that one, you may have it there, the working paper that she gave us this morning.
So as far as what he has 120 on his, it's not on the way it's set now. Let's see what other differences there are.
It's those two. I mean,
Yeah, he's
it's those
increased a
two.
couple of things, like
It's the
there's,
120 and the 350,
yeah,
essentially.
and then this, yeah, state prisoners, he has set at 1.35,
Yeah.
which is, I don't think realistic. If you're asking my opinion, because we're only at 1.1 is what we have fixed charges. Is what we think it will be at the end of the year, 1.2. So I think over that's shooting high, I would think. But that's just my opinion.
That's through.
1.3 is a little too high, I would say. But even if you went up to say 1.2 or 1.3, that's still not making a huge dent in that 1.2 million it needs to balance. Nor is it addressing new boilers. I'll wear a shirt tomorrow that says boilers.
I've got a percent increase. I asked Erica to put together the percent increase that we have increased over the paper. I know it's up here, but,
Let's see if I can
so
find
that you
it.
can see exactly where we have put monies in our budget. I mean, so you can see where the monies are going.
Okay, so in 2018, the jail was 10.9% of the overall budget. In 2019, it was 11.35. In 2020, it was 13.3. In 2021, it was 13.5. And in this current year we're in, it's about 13%. So it's gradually growing as the percentage of the overall budget.
You have that for all
Which makes
departments?
sense.
Yes,
It makes sense because they are
Yes.
a hazardous retirement and it's an aging building. And they're one of the largest departments, employee-wise.
yes, I've got it somewhere.
I have it for the jail and the jail, 911, road, the general fund, including the park by itself, and then the sheriff's department.
I believe the sheriff's department was the largest at
Yes.
close to 10%.
In 2018, the sheriff's department was 12.6% of the budget. In the current year we're in, it's 20.37% of the budget.
It's 8%. And they're wanting more.
The road fund's actually decreased. In 2018, it was 21% of the budget. It is now only 17% of the budget. 911 was 3.4% of the budget in 2018. It's only 5% now. So it's gone up, but not drastically. Same with the park. It was 4.2% of the budget in 2018. Now it's 5.9% of the budget.
You're not talking though, here, I think there's a difference to me though, and maybe those percentages are the same, but I think because we talk about subsidy so much, I think that is the more important number is as a percentage of, yeah, percentage of the subsidy.
Subsidies.
What percentage of our subsidy goes to each one of those?
I can
And
try to get
what's
that for you.
that increase?
I don't know that I can get it for you by tomorrow.
I did it last year. I mean, where they are based on this, but last year I did it. But to me, as much as we talk about subsidies, that's the percentage number that is impactful.
Well, I guess, yes, I can see that, but if we never, just like asking, hey, set your budget based off your revenue, and that was a simple task. It was just to show that 1.6
you know, your statutory requirement, just like what we did. We put what is required by law to put in the budget, and then payroll. Those are the two things we put in. And one, that didn't get done, but two, it shows you what your demand is. I mean, payroll is the largest. We get $16.5 million roughly in revenue. There's this misconception that this court has a ton of monies. We don't. And we already have unfunded mandates that fall on the fiscal courts. We've seen this, the judge executives across the state. This is something that is not new. It's discussed each year. The General Assembly will put something in place. I think earlier I got the House bill down on my desk, but with the clerk's office, it's directing the fiscal court to have a separate account to manage those monies, and it's in and it's out, but it doesn't account for her costs, our expense for our labor costs to manage that. You know, it's those unfunded mandates. And then when you add it all up, I mean, that's 16, we're over $11 million in a $16.5 million budget. And our expense side just keeps going up. I think the court gets to see the details, and I know you've each done your details, but you get to see where we have to draw a line somewhere. And those areas where we may be giving out too much monies and we've spread ourselves thin, maybe we need to pull those monies back, or a percentage of those monies back to cover some expenses. Because right now, you know, the outside of what we're discussing, if we don't do that, that 1.9 is the only place that really you're going to be able to pull that kind of money. And it may get you to a balanced budget this year, but next year, you know, maybe not. 6.4 in an OTA, this is a great year for that. But when you go back and you look at that historical number, it's been as, you know, low as 5.8, 5.7. I say low compared to 6.4. So, you know, that unforeseen swing, if it ever were to swing, could really have a big effect on our budget. Before too long, if that 1.9 is used, then we don't have anything else. You know, it is something that we have to. I don't think I've finished while I'm thinking about it. The ankle monitors. Yeah, I got sidetracked, but 550 days when we were looking at that.
I can't remember. I feel like that's right.
Yeah, keeping the inmates on the ankle monitors, which, you know, that's something where, and we all know this, when it comes to ALC, you have the state, which our judges, you know, if they don't buy into what we want to try to do to protect our budget, you know, we're kind of handcuffed. But that ankle monitor saved us quite a bit of monies. 550 days, if you do 34.99, I mean, that adds up. So that's monies that it saved us.
Well, to interrupt, sorry, because you and I have talked about this, but I don't know that we've talked about it out here. The logic that it saves us money only follows through if we decrease expenses, and we're not. Payroll is not decreasing because of those people not being in jail.
Correct.
The expenses are not decreasing. You know, they're still wear and tear. We still need all the things that we need for the jail. I mean, it's not changing just because we have some people doing the ankle monitoring. It logically, you would think it would. Fewer people in the jail, we need fewer hours or fewer supplies, but we don't see that happening. Granted, that is not $500 days. You know, is not probably a ton, but in the future, if there was a way to help that program do better, whether it be have people with certain income brackets that we help pay for their monitoring to keep them out of the jail or whatever, that thought process is only going to work if the expense side equally goes down. We're only saving money if payroll goes down. Because when you look at this, payroll is their expense, payroll and food, and capital investments,
You
capital.
know, I remember when I was policing down in Paducah, and basic, simple things that we could do to help the jail in low misdemeanor cases, we would cite them to court. And sometimes it took paperwork on my end, but the bigger picture, it was a misdemeanor charge that the leaders in the community said, hey, if you can cite them to court, cite them to court. You know, those types of things. And I don't know if that's something that our 3 law enforcement agencies are thinking about or even discussing, but that's the type of things that we did at our agency to help mitigate just slamming the door and throwing somebody in a county jail. It's obviously affecting our budget. And we have to be smarter just because the law says, and in this example, you know, that it's a misdemeanor and you go to jail, you know, there's other ways to skin that cat. And obviously, you know, there were prerequisites that had to be met before we did that, but we did that, and that was at the lowest level. But it was implemented at the top, and it made its way down to the lowest level. We have a disconnect, and it's affecting our budget. And we, as a court, have to fix that. We have to at least have that discussion so that, you know, we don't fall in a situation where this particular year we have a lot of needs and wants. And the only place right now that we can dip into is the monies that we have saved. I mean, the OTA is not going to cover us. Since we're on a short fuse till the first reading on Thursday, if you guys could go home, think about this. We haven't even got through the entire budget. We're just at the jail. But right now, we're at, to be balanced, 863, is that what you said? I thought I wrote it down.
With what we have in here, it's
826.
826.
826. And looking through the next, outside the jail, we got KIAs, we got 911. We got the Sheriff's Department and ABC, and then budget inspection. And looking at 911, the good thing here is with the lawsuit, if we win the lawsuit, that fee is going to take that off of our subsidy. They're at what, almost over 600,000 in subsidy? Outside of CMRS?
In the current year, our subsidy was budgeted at 652.
652. So that gives you kind of an idea. We're at 826 right now, and if 911 was off on its own, you could reduce that by 652 in theory. But we've got to figure something out. And again, the reason why I bring it up this year, it's because it's an election year that counties can, from one end to the other, we have to discuss it all, but if a county were to be a transport county, this is the year to set the salary on the jailer, and if the county was to move in that direction. If not, and say 2 years from now, the fiscal court wanted to take those steps, well, then the salary for the jailer would remain as it's set. So other counties that have done that, and I just give you that extreme, when we're looking at this as a whole, it's one of those, I don't really know why, but it's during the election year that the fiscal courts can.
Just like with our
Hey,
pay
Yes.
and all that stuff.
Yes.
But
So,
you have the entire year? Like with ours, it was by May 1st or something like that.
I think it was by May, actually, by the time we had started talking about this, it had, in the
Already
budget
passed
workshops,
that
they
day.
had said May, but then when I looked deeper
guessing.
into it, because there was a thread going around, the treasurers had questions, it was like May the 2nd or something like that. And
Sounds
so
like that
we had
time is
we had
passed.
passed that
So, yeah.
time, we'd already passed that time at that time. So
Yeah.
and if you don't pass it by that date, it sets by default. So,
It sets by
Um,
default to what it was.
to what it was. So, I don't know
I
that we
mean,
can
if
change
it,
that.
if it
I
works
wouldn't
off that
say.
same statute, I
It
bet.
probably
Right.
does.
I think it probably does. I don't know that I would say, we're locked into 4 years at that price. Let that affect your
Yeah, I don't-
decisions, because his pay's only $120,000, and like I just
Yeah,
said,
I
it needs
understand. Yes.
over $1 million of occupation tax.
Yeah.
Before we break out, if it's okay, unless, can I change the subject for just a second? Okay. I sent you guys that email saying that what the sheriff had said to set he would like to see his pooling fee set at. That is not updated in this yet, because I left it set at what you all had set it at. So do I need to change that? It's in here right now at 1.8, and his recommendation was 2.1.
Do we know what that's based off of?
He's at 2 million right now.
2 million? So if it is 2.1, you're looking at roughly 3,000 off of the
300,000, but that's if you don't change any of, his expense side too. So we haven't gotten, like I said, we haven't gotten there yet, and there's some needs, he has, I think, some needs. And then, the other things, COLA, all that, capital.
What did we do last year, 1.8?
Yeah.
Yes,
As far as the budget?
yes, and as far as the receipt side, yeah, 1.8. And that's where your print off is at right now. Because I assume you guys want updated
We haven't
printouts.
talked about his expenses yet, so I don't know that
Okay, so don't
Ready
update it
to
yet. I didn't
say.
know, because I assume you
Because you're
guys
gonna
want to,
email this to us.
I can email it, yes, instead of print it.
I think since we hadn't talked about either of his sides, we're better off having what we've least talked about today,
Okay,
tonight.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Let
In
me
this
email it to
document.
you right now, because I don't know that there's something on it
Then we
that I can
start from
change
there.
for you.
To go forward. That's my thought.
Print off the
I'm
changes that
saying
we
this,
made.
yes, what we've
Yeah.
done today, let's stop here,
Yeah.
because we haven't even started with his expense.
Even though we discussed the JO, I don't think we made any decisions.
I didn't make any changes on it.
So we would start back in the morning with the JO.
And you're gonna print something off with current expenses also,
Say that one more time.
current expenses today.
I can print you off
I'm-
the quarterly that I sent you, or I can try to update this same document that we're using, to where it's in the call, so where you don't
Oh,
have
no,
to try to
she's
switch
gonna
between
get
yet
it
another
updated between
stack
now
of
and-
papers. So,
Well, we had, didn't have anything, and the one before that just had it till, what, April?
I can, before tomorrow, I can take you through March 31st, because I have that super quickly. Now, if you want to go through April, I just don't know that I can get it. It's 4th, I don't think I can get it for you before 8 a.m.
I think we're better off having through 3/31
of 22 than we are 4/31 or 4/30 of 21.
Okay.
Don't
Okay.
you?
You mean to
You know what I'm saying?
compare apples to apples, not have a month in there?
It has confused me to have 21's expenses.
I agree.
Right, 21 is usually updated for the whole year of 21, it does not usually stop at that third quarter. So usually when you get the budget, you have all of the prior year's actuals and
Well,
through
but
3/31
that's
of
not
this
what's
year.
in there right now, though.
Right, because I had not updated that. That wasn't one of the things that I'd been asked. At this point, I was working on other
So
things.
what are you, okay, so what do you think would be more helpful, to have all of 21 or up through March of 22? If you're looking at making the decisions that we are.
I don't know that those numbers would help me at all, except for in things that we have contracts for, because department heads are going to spend the amount that you give them budgeted to spend. So if I gave you an amount to spend that's not on something that's contracted from year to year, then you're going to spend it. I don't know that it would help me to look at it from year to year, because you're not going to buy a bucket truck every
Okay.
year, or you're not going to buy, whatever, boilers every year.
Yeah.
It would only help me to look at the things that every year are
So
contracted.
the receipt side is truly the only helpful of those two. That
To me,
is legitimately,
to me,
you
yes.
would want to know that.
Yes, to me, because on the expense side, the only time that historical is going to help me on an expense side is to look at things that are not changing from year to year.
Okay. I can see where you're coming
Personally,
from there.
and the problem is that all these years we've had this carryover in every department that we continue to rely on the expense side, and it's going to slowly, because like Judge said, you guys, the receipts, when you take out ARPA and you take out carryover, your receipts for a year are only around 16 million, and we're at almost 11.5 of payroll. So the difference there is what you have to operate your county on. You pushed for an
There's
answer.
mud.
You pushed for an answer, Monty.
I did press for an answer. As
Look at-
you know, I like for people to agree.
Think of it like, yeah, 16 and a half.
Yes, Monty,
million
you're right, whatever.
bring in annually, on an average. When we see our budget jump up to 22 million, or with the ARPA monies, that's not revenue annually. So a lot of people, they see that and they think, well, you're bringing in $22 million. It's like, no, no, we're not.
Yeah.